Good morning to you all. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to the third hearing of the committee's inquiry into proposed energy from waste facilities. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and water of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Nicole Overall and I'm chair of the committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing your evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence today. Could each of you please, starting from my left, state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation.
My name is Steve Federer. I'm the Director of Community Environment at Hornsby Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Chris Horsey, Waste Manager, Hornsby Shire Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I'm Vanessa Parks, the Director of City Living at Blacktown City Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
My name's Luke Cook and I'm Acting Manager Environment at Blacktown City Council. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Great, thank you all. Now would any or all of you like to begin by making a short statement?
Yes, on behalf of Hornsby Shire Council.
Sorry, Mr. Horsey, could we just move that microphone a little bit closer to you, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
How's that?
Yeah, great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On behalf of Hornsby Shire Council, look, we would like to note that waste disposal capacity is quite essential for the Sydney community. Even though we have very good recycling rates, about 50% of our waste still requires some form of disposal. And at present, there really are only two options for that, being landfill disposal or energy from waste and emerging technology. Over the past 25 years, there's really been inadequate strategic and government-led planning on waste infrastructure, which is now causing a waste infrastructure crisis. There's no responsible agency within government organisations for strategic planning of waste and the delivery of waste infrastructure. Local councils alone or regions of councils under joint procurements will not deliver the required waste infrastructure that a city of 5 million people require. Landfill capacity expires in 2030, and even with temporary extensions to some existing landfills, it's highly doubtful that either new landfill capacity or energy from waste will be ready in time, and that is a major concern for local government needing disposal capacity. So we are quite worried that we're going to drive off that cliff of having somewhere to send our waste. For energy from waste, there's been no real social licence campaigns that have been held to address community concerns on a broad scale. And that's not just for energy from waste, but it goes across all waste infrastructure, including future landfill developments if they are required. There really only is two options for disposal at the present time, being energy from waste or landfills. And when we consider alternatives to energy from waste, often we're talking about resource recovery and additional recycling. Whilst they may be valid ways of getting waste diverted from disposal, there are still only two disposal options. And I think it's important to note that an alternative to energy from waste can only be landfill at the present time with the technologies that we have. With the New South Wales government's energy from waste policy and the new infrastructure plan. It's quite ambiguous and unclear if landfills are being banned and there's going to be a mandated transition to energy from waste. We think that uncertainty is going to create problems for infrastructure development going forwards. If there is a landfill ban, then clearly we're transitioning to energy from waste. But if there's not, is landfill going to compete in an open market with energy from waste? And will landfill development be a bit more freed in terms of planning pathways and regulatory pathways? We don't believe there's been any proper analysis of landfill versus energy from waste financially or from a cost-benefit analysis perspective. And at Hornsby, we're quite concerned as to whether energy from waste facilities that may cost anywhere from $1 billion to $1.5 billion, what that may do to our cost profiles for providing waste services to our community. If landfill, major landfills can be developed for $100 million versus, $1 billion for an energy from waste facility, we think that it's highly likely that the cost structure of moving to energy from waste is going to impact what our ratepayers have to pay for waste disposal. There's also that major timing issue on will the infrastructure be ready in time to ensure a continuity of disposal capacity for a major metropolitan city. Whether it's energy from waste or landfill, a city of Sydney being 5 million people requires an integrated waste infrastructure network of receiving transfer stations, bulking facilities, railhead lines, and then access out to those facilities. At present, there's no infrastructure plan that sets out that type of integrated waste infrastructure network for our city. And there's no real agency responsible, not just for the strategic planning of that, but for facilitating the delivery of such infrastructure. Back in 1999-2000, there was a waste crisis in North Sydney, similar to what we're experiencing now, for the same reasons, a lack of strategic planning, a lack of infrastructure delivery, and Woodlawn Landfill was born out of that crisis from government intervention in trying to solve that crisis. We've really come full circle back on that point from 25 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Horsey. Mr. Cook or Ms. Parks?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Blacktown City Council began assessing energy from waste facilities in 2013 when a development application was lodged for a facility in Eastern Creek. We do not oppose energy from waste in principle. Our position is that energy from waste can only be supported where there is clear evidence that it protects human health and the environment, backed by strong, transparent, enforceable regulation. The evidence before this inquiry shows increasing pressure on New South Wales residual waste capacity, but it also shows that public trust remains the limiting factor. Our submission focuses on rebuilding that trust. Protecting human health and the environment is our highest priority. Meeting minimum regulatory standards is not enough. We are calling for the use of international best practice technology with mandatory upgrades as technology improves. Independent health risk assessments led by New South Wales Health, reflecting Australian conditions, cumulative exposure and local airshed characteristics. These are not optional extras, they are baselines for community confidence. Transparency is equally critical. Communities will not accept a trust us as a regulatory model. We are seeking 12 months of baseline air quality monitoring before any facility opens, continuous emissions monitoring once operational, real-time public access to emissions data, and a dedicated New South Wales EPA regulatory officer with licence conditions finalised before, not after, development consent. These measures shift the system from reassurance to verifiable accountability. We are also clear that energy from waste must sit at the bottom of the waste hierarchy, dealing only with genuinely residual waste. Poor regulated energy from waste risks locking councils into long-term supply contracts, undermining recycling markets and weakening incentives for waste avoidance. Safeguards such as pre-treatment regulations, limits on incineration volumes, strict control on eligible waste streams, and mandatory technology upgrades are essential to prevent these outcomes. Community acceptance is decisive. At the local level, we see opposition driven by health concerns, lack of transparency, and a sense that local communities bear the impacts while the benefits flow elsewhere. To address this, we emphasise the need for community liaison groups, open and ongoing engagement, and genuine transparency. We also acknowledge that host communities may reasonably expect tangible local benefits to offset impacts such as traffic, amenity, and infrastructure use. Our position is not opposition for its own sake. It is conditional, cautious, and grounded in our responsibility to protect our community. Our message to the committee is simple. Energy from waste may form part of the solution, but only if it is safe, transparent, rigorously regulated, and genuinely supported by the community. Anything less risks undermining public confidence and long-term environmental outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Parks. That's all for opening statements. Great, thank you. I'll begin with some questions and then we'll be a free-flowing matter that if any of the other committee members wish to come in at any time, otherwise we'll go around the room so that we all have an opportunity. Some really interesting points that you raise in your submissions, and particularly from the historic perspective of each of you having respectively referenced Woodlawn and Eastern Creek. So you're coming from a position of some knowledge around what previous proposals have been and what we're looking at now. And one of the things that I find really interesting from you both in different ways that, Mr Horsey, you're talking about there needs to be some form of responsible agency put in place, and Ms Parks, you're talking about community consultation group as such. Now, neither of those things are going on. So if we're concerned about the capacity being reached by 2030, as we continue to be told, we need time in order to implement measures such as you suggested. So what are both of your thoughts then on, as an interim measure at the very least, expanding landfill capacity to deal with what needs to be dealt with while these things are occurring?
Well, I think that's right, and I think that's been identified in the waste infrastructure plan, that, you know, if 2030 is when we run out of capacity, then we need an interim solution to get us across that gap. What's not clear though, so I've managed landfills in the past, and when I've managed them, I've known how much capacity I've got left, how much is going in, and I know when that expires. I then look backwards and I say, okay, what's my planning for building a new cell or a new site? And I know how long that takes in all my phases. There's no agency responsible for that in New South Wales. Okay, so no one's really doing that. The EPA's waste infrastructure plan is quite high level and is devoid of sufficient details to do that pragmatic on the ground work. So what we still don't know is the interim capacity, I believe, is directed at Lucas Heights and extending there. How long does that get? And there's still some virgin ground there that can be developed, that Cleanaway can develop. How long will that get? But that's only going to suit those councils that have contractual arrangements with Cleanaway going to that site. Hornsby doesn't. We're with Veolia, the only other major disposal avenue, and we go down to Woodlawn via the Auburn transfer station. Now, we're unclear as to how much disposal capacity they have left and what happens at the end of our contract there. So that interim capacity is nothing but a stopgap measure for crisis measures only. What's still not happening above that is the proper strategic planning of where that is. And this confusion around landfills being banned into the future, the infrastructure plan says new landfills as a last resort in inverted commas. So, you know, we perceive that to be a signal to the market saying we're not going to approve any new landfills. So if we're transitioning to energy from waste, well, what's the time frame on those? You know, we know where the proposals are for Woodlawn and Park site, but we don't know what the time frames on those are. We don't know what that's going to cost us to access those. So there's just this great deal of uncertainty that still exists.
Okay, thank you. Ms Parks?
Thank you, Chair. I would agree with the comments made by Mr. Horsey. The only thing that I could add is that waste really needs to be considered as, or waste disposal and waste collection, as an essential resource, like essential service. And the priority given to exactly what you were saying for the uncertainty that we have in disposing of our waste.
Okay, so what's the position of the councils on seeing the restrictions on the current 4 locations as specified lifted in order for some of this analysis and research to take place?
Be very supportive of that. In fact, in our submission, we've pointed out that closing or closed coal-fired power stations are ideal energy from waste locations, and there's some of those on the Central Coast and in the Hunter and at Lithgow as well. They have the right infrastructure, they have rail lines, they're connected to the grid, they seem quite fit for purpose. Then it just comes back to an air quality issue. And I think the biggest issue there is that I think it was the chief scientist had come out and said, energy from waste facilities were not appropriate for Sydney air quality basin. Therefore, they have to go outside. And I think that's been the driving force for those 4 locations. So perhaps there needs to be a review of those 4 locations to free up other alternatives and let those alternatives compete on their own merit under the planning system.
Thank you. I'd agree.
Yeah, look, we would be supportive of those comments again. Probably just flowing on from what Mr. Horsey was saying is that any new or proposed locations is just supporting that with the investigations and studies to support that it's safe and for that community and for that environment. So as long as it's backed by those studies, then would be supportive of that.
Okay, well, just one final point from me before I move on to my colleagues on that and what you're discussing there in terms of emissions and the broader potential health implications. Are you aware of the proposed volumes of the residue from the incineration process that will actually have to be brought back to Sydney, Kemps Creek, as such? In terms of tonnage from the waste that goes out and then what has to come back, the travel of that hazardous waste material. Are you aware of that?
Yes, most certainly. I think it's around 30% from memory, and I'm not across the science of what is in that, but I know it's classed as a hazardous waste. Therefore, it can't go to a Class 2 landfill or a Class 1 landfill. It has to go to a hazardous waste landfill, which is considerably more expensive and requires a lot more treatment and so forth. Most definitely.
Look, I probably haven't been across the what's coming back as much as Mr. Horsley is, but look, we'd be supportive of that. Like, if there is, the hazardous waste material that's coming through, then we have to appropriately manage that and be careful of what is coming back and consider what, we're considering that, we're reducing landfill capacity, but also what's coming back is definitely a consideration that we'll have to bring forward.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Conn.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning. My first question is to Blacktown. In your written submission, you've made a recommendation around payment of host fees, offsetting community concerns by funding local community improvements. You mentioned that you had a former arrangement with the Eastern Creek Resource Recovery Facility. Could you provide us some more information about that agreement and what it entailed?
I could probably start, and I don't know if you can add any more, Luke. Thank you. That came about from when we went to see some facilities overseas. I can't remember the name, of the particular town, but it was a host fee that allowed for improvements to happen to the town or the city where it's going to. It was quite a sizable contribution, so that they're not just taking the bad bits, that there's something good that comes back to the community if they are to take on an energy from waste facility. For example, it could fund, parks and schools and recycling resource centres and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I'll just jump on the end of that, and I guess from a local government level, I guess we sense from the community that they feel like they're, I guess, receiving the impacts while not receiving the benefits of these facilities. So sort of what Vanessa was saying, even just when these facilities are operational, having ability for residents to enter the site and understand the science and what's going on, in these facilities, so that they can have an understanding and be confident in what's happening and what's happening around them.
And so specifically for the Eastern Creek proposal, was that kind of arrangement entered into directly between the proponent and the council, or how was that organised?
It didn't get that far.
Okay.
It didn't get that far because the DA was withdrawn.
Okay. Thanks. And I have another question to both of you, which is the local government sector has been campaigning for many years now for the waste levy to be returned to councils. The regional communities where these incinerators are proposed have been asking the committee to look at what is the most ambition possible in Sydney to reduce residual waste. What do you see as the opportunities? Were the state government to return the waste levy to the local government sector for waste processing, what might be opportunities in your local government areas? How could that funding be used to reduce residual waste?
Look, I think we've addressed this in previous submissions. I can't recall the detail I put in the energy from waste submission, but certainly in the infrastructure one, which is an attachment, it's been addressed. But Hornsby pays around $6 million in waste levy funding a year. What we've often advocated for is that to facilitate better waste infrastructure development, we would like to see an exemption process put in place whereby if we're developing or involved in the development of waste infrastructure, what money that's going into that infrastructure development effectively gets exempted from those waste levy payments. And that's a way of then channeling those funds that at the moment go to consolidated revenue, the majority of, back into the purposes for which they're being levied in the first place. And it's quite a direct mechanism, and there's a very direct link in that mechanism to waste infrastructure development. So it's quite pragmatically gets the infrastructure happening on the ground.
If I can just extend on that, the challenge at present is with the levy being paid and then into government, it is then any money that's returned are via grant programs, and they're defined and set, so a much more direct connection where funds that would otherwise be levied in a local area can go to actually service appropriate facilities or processes.
Thanks.
I would agree with both the comments that were made. Just adding that it would be good to see that, or reinforcing that it would be good to see that the money that goes into from the waste levy is invested in waste infrastructure.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts?
I'll defer to my colleague here at the moment. Thanks.
Chair. Just to you, Ms. Parks, you spoke in your opening statement a lot around, I guess, conditional support for these facilities as long as the safety's up to scratch, the regulatory's up to scratch. Currently, as it stands, do you have trust in EPA as the regulatory agency that they have the required skills, tools, powers to regulate energy to waste facilities to that standard that you want to see?
Through Chair, yes, but I think we can do a lot better. I think that there needs to be dedicated resources to energy from waste. One of the concerns that I mentioned is that, most of the time it's when the DA is actually approved, then an EPA officer will be, assigned to put the conditions on it, and it all needs to be consolidated as part of the process from the get-go. I think that there's certainly the knowledge and the skills, but it's just the dedication to making this as important as it is.
So would you like to see a dedicated team within EPA that their sole job is to manage energy from waste facilities?
And to look into it.
Okay.
Yep.
Can I just talk about like the relationship with councils and obviously contracts with these facilities? Obviously these facilities need to be fed. They're insatiable beasts. You need to feed them to keep them going. Are we locking councils into potentially tight contracts where, you know, they're almost discouraged from recycling and coming up with other ways to reduce their waste, and just more funneling towards these facilities to feed them? It's an open
Yes.
question to both.
So, as local councils, we're aligned with our communities, which are often which are very focused on recycling and resource diversion. That being said, though, the contracts for that end point, the disposal, the last point, would need to be long-term contracts, and that's how the market operates. They want, decades of contracts. So if there were newer initiatives or technologies in place, that poses some of those challenges over time.
If I may, I think one of the nuances in your question is around inhibiting recycling and resource recovery. When we write these contracts, we don't actually specify volumes, and we cannot give a guarantee of volumes to a contractor. Our community's waste generation varies constantly, and what we say is we will bring you what waste we collect in the red bin or our bulky waste. They're the two streams that get disposed of. In no way does that inhibit us, and we have clauses in our contracts that free council to pursue whatever resource recovery and recycling initiatives we see fit, and if that then results in decreased volumes going to disposal, then that's permissible under those contracts. So modern waste disposal contracts do address those issues, and for us that's not really a risk of stymieing further resource recovery.
And yeah, look, I'll just add on to that. And we did mention in our submission that, if these facilities are poorly regulated, that, it does bring concerns that, it can lock councils into the long-term waste contracts, which I'll probably expand on here, but it probably refers a bit back to your previous question to Ms. Parks, is with the EPA oversight, I find working with them at the moment, obviously not for energy for waste facilities, but for different matters, that they're quite responsive in the regulation of concerns. But I think our goal, and it's probably a goal amongst the board here, is that we want to avoid the concerns occurring in the first place, and that's why we think their involvement from the start, and implementing the tools that they have available is just really important.
If I may, just a point that our colleagues at Blacktown have made in the initial statement and now, which I think is important, and that's the licensing and the standards that are applied. Our experience has been in water treatment. So for a Sydney Water example, the licence conditions that are set and the standards of outputs often aren't updated according to new technology, and we have examples where treatment facilities are achieving much more stringent outputs than what the licenses are, and when we put submissions into licenses, the licenses aren't updated to reflect a ratchet, so effectively as better technology applies, they should be, that's the minimum standard, not when it was first put into place. And we would suggest in any of these things that should be a key component too, so as improvements are made, those investments are made, and that becomes the floor rather than what was historically the case.
Just a quick further comment. I think that we can learn very much from Europe about what they're doing with their facilities over there. What we did observe that the content that was being incinerated was potentially stuff that could be recycled. For example, the dense plastics, etc., because of the high calorific value that fuels the incinerator, they're needed. So there is that very much that direct concern that it will impact the waste hierarchy.
That's for me. All right.
Thanks, Mr. Banasek. Do you have anything,
Oh,
Mr.
yeah.
Roberts?
Thanks, Chair. Excuse me. Thank you very much, both councils, for your attendance today and your submissions. Your submissions are quite detailed and leave very few questions because your positions are quite well stated here. But Mr. Horsey, if I can take you to yours in particular, around about the cost concerns of energy from waste versus landfill. Has anybody at all done any studies or projected to Hornsby Council specifically, and that's your area of expertise, what the cost will be to you as a council, changing from landfill to an energy from waste project?
Sure. Thank you for the question. No, not to our knowledge, not directly to Hornsby Council, nor are we aware of any others being done in the industry or by the regulator or any agency in the state government. The comments and opinion in the submission are purely based on looking at known costs around building landfills, a mega landfill rather than a more of a single council landfill, one that might service 20 or 30 local councils in Sydney. You're talking $100, $200 million to develop at scale, whereas I think the Veolia proposed energy from waste facility is quoted around 600 million. Sorry, we wish it was that cheap. 600 million. That's probably an old price, noting that construction costs have significantly increased in the last 2 to 3 years, and I think the Western Australian plant that was built, I think that actually went over $1 billion, but no direct knowledge. Yep. So just looking at those price ranges, if you're building a disposal facility 100 to 200 versus something that's going to cost you, quarter of $1 billion to $1.5 billion, one would have to assume that facility needs to be paid for and get its return on investment and get its CapEx, OPEX paid for. Therefore, it's an assumption that is going to come at a significant cost, but we just don't know. And it's that uncertainty that concerns us.
Of course. And it's a fair assumption too. The proponents of, say, Tarago and Parks are profit companies. They are companies, and companies are designed to make a profit. We all understand that. The profit has to be paid for by somebody, yes, and that will be the end user, and one would assume the ratepayers of Hornsby and Blacktown, for example. Yeah. So added to that is the transportation costs to take it up over the Great Divide if you're heading towards Parks, yeah, which is unknown at this stage. Nobody's spoken to you about that. So yeah, it would be a safe assumption then, based on your submission, that there's going to be a significant cost burden, yes, to old mum and dad at the end of the day, which will be tacked onto their rates. Would that be a fair proposition? Indeed,
and look, that's been happening. In the last decade, Hornsby's domestic waste management charge, which is what the residents pay for their waste services, has doubled. Now we're quite concerned, and we've got some forward cost estimates that is soon going to exceed the general rate for waste disposal. Now, you've rightly hit on distance as being a major contributor. Waste is a transport logistics game. The further away the facilities are, the more it's going to cost us. But there are other factors in that from a strategic infrastructure perspective. Having transfer stations, rail heads, the way we move waste, where we're moving it to, networks of facilities that suit a city so that they're integrated. We've got 35 odd trucks running around our shire. If they have to travel to the other side of Sydney to drop their waste off, that's adding extra cost burden. So all of these extra components add up in the system of waste management. But look, from a technology perspective, energy from waste appears to be a much more costly technology to develop versus landfills. Having said that, we've also made submissions to the New South Wales landfill guidelines review that's underway at the moment, recommending that perhaps the landfill gas extraction requirements in those landfill guidelines should be beefed up, and that they be more specifications around the gas extraction systems to get better methane gas extraction and conversion to electricity, and that perhaps bio-capping with mature compost over landfills can address any fugitive emission concerns of those landfills, so that if they only capture 50-60% of the landfill gas, the other 50-40% is becoming fugitive emissions. If you cap those landfills with an organic 1 metre thick cover, that methane is converted to carbon dioxide before it gets out, and it will then also make quite a viable market for low grade organic composts. So there are things that can be done to address the impact of landfills as well.
Thanks. Ms Parks or Mr Cook, do you want to chime in on the cost burden to your council and your end ratepayers?
I think Mr Horsley summed it up very well.
I thought he had, but I wanted to be fair and give you the opportunity to...
Nothing further from me, thank you.
Okay. Can I just ask one further question, Chair? I'm mindful of the time, I want to give others a go. and this is my reading, Mr. Horsey, and so I'm looking whether my interpretation is correct. You say, if the New South Wales government is not banning future landfill development, it's suggested that landfills and energy from waste technology be allowed to compete in an open market for Sydney's disposal capacity to assist keep disposal costs in check, which is what we just talked about, with improved market competition. Would I be fair in drawing the conclusion then that if there was landfill development, you know, a viable landfill development, as you suggest, on scale that shared by other councils, and it was cheaper than an energy from waste project out in the regions, would Hornsby Council be open to using the landfill if it was a cheaper alternative?
I might start and then
Federo.
defer,
Yeah, sure.
defer to Chris. Like all councils, we are any procurement needs to go through an open market tender process. And so that would be the first approach we would come to. We obviously get to draft the specifications of the tender, but currently we go to landfill. As Hornsby Council, we're contracted at landfill, and it would be a decision that would be ultimately made by the council in terms of the form of that tender and what it was seeking to procure. As it stands, the only viable option at the moment is landfill.
That's it for me, Chair.
Can I just quickly respond to that?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'd add to that we are technology agnostic at Hornsby.
Yeah, of course.
And so the tender processes will often decide, and in those tender processes, not only do we evaluate price, but we evaluate a range of environmental and sustainability factors, social factors, economic, etc. So that process will determine that outcome. So if a landfill is cheaper and there's no huge environmental disbenefits to that, the processes decide.
Well, thank you. I think
criteria.
In no disrespect to Mr. Federer, I think you've grasped my question much better, and that is you are agnostic. Hornsby Council is not against landfill per se, full stop. Blacktown isn't either. Ms. Parks, with you shaking
That's
your
correct.
head?
No, we're not. That's where our waste currently goes, yes.
Good, fine. Okay, that's it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Ms. McLaren-Jones, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Thanks, Chair. Could I ask you both, just as at the outset, where does Blacktown and Hornsby Council currently send their waste?
Hornsby Council sends its residual waste to the Woodlawn landfill.
So Goulburn, yep.
Ours goes to Lucas Heights.
Lucas Heights. And would either of your councils be willing to host a landfill or energy from waste facility?
It's a very difficult question in that we don't believe we actually have the land space. Like within Sydney itself, the capacity and the space is available to actually develop a facility such as this, I think is very capped and very limited.
We've had many, but their space is drying up. So we've had it at Eastern Creek, we've had it smaller ones around the city. So, but it's whether there's the land available, and again, it needs to not have the impact on the community as well.
And so what measures, given obviously the constraints within your local councils that you face in terms of perhaps not being able to host additional landfill or energy from waste facilities to support the waste needs of your constituents, what steps has Hornsby or Blacktown taken to, reduce the amount going over the tip face, for want of a better description? Have you reduced your red bin sizes? Have you rolled out FOGO?
We've just, if I may start this time, we've just introduced a FOGO service in Blacktown. Prior to that, it was just the red and yellow, the recycling bin. So we now have a food and organic bin, which is being very well received, but as part of that we did reduce the red bin size. So there's been a lot of pushback from the community for that, and we've got a number of different scenarios that suit different households, but when we're collecting the FOGO bin weekly, the red bin, the residual waste weekly and fortnightly for recycling.
So, and remind me, so Blacktown Council historically has not had a green bin either.
We didn't, but our red bin went to what was the UR3R facility at Eastern Creek, which prior to there being a restriction on the compost that came out of that, it was all processed there. It was it was supposed to be turned back into compost because of the high plastics, etc. There was a ban placed on that. I've forgotten the name of the ban off the top of my head. MWU, that's right. So it meant that effectively we were sending our waste to that facility and it was drying it out, and then we were sending it to landfill. So it reduced some of the weight in the red bin, but now it's a dedicated FOGO bin.
Okay.
From Hornsby's perspective, we have a comprehensive waste matters strategy. I think where I'd like to start is being quite clear that we have no current viable pathway to achieve the federal or state government targets. And we've got lots of diverse things in our strategy, from car boot sales to clothing swaps to second-hand markets, and I could rattle through all those.
Yep.
Waste infrastructure and processing typically is the only thing that moves the needle. A lot of those other programs I mentioned are great to have and are essential to get various things, but they don't move the needle in terms of our tonnages. So we're sitting at about 48.5% resource recovery in Hornsby. We are in the middle of tendering for a fourth bin for food only collections. Our green, we've had a green waste bin for some time. We have under 1% contamination in that green waste, and we make superb compost out of that material, and we don't want to jeopardise that, hence the fourth bin decision.
Okay.
That is not going to get us any more than around 3% resource recovery implementing that food recycling program on tonnages. So we will come up above that 50%. How we get to 80%, it's not clear. And I've been a waste professional for 29 years, and I can't find anyone that can tell me how we're going to do that. So whether it's an invention of a new technology, whether there's going to be some sort of European directives around what can be disposed of, and some, heavier regulations or something, I don't know. But it's quite difficult as a waste professional having to admit that you don't know how you're going to get to a particular target because you just can't identify a viable pathway. And I think that's quite worth noting, particularly around we are reliant on disposal facilities for around 50%. I don't see that changing anytime soon. We are very fixated on our economy, and the more we do around economic measures, the more waste we create. So waste generation is constantly increasing. For recycling to bite and reduce waste to landfill, you have to get that resource recovery rate to outstrip the generation rate, and we're just not doing that. So we're sort of sliding backwards at the moment.
But you can understand why not having FOGO in the council area for so long, like, you've got places like Penrith that have had it for decades now. But that not having councils having rolled out FOGO has actually played a significant contributing factor to us being in the situation that we're in.
Indeed, yeah.
I wonder, obviously both of your submissions acknowledge the predicament that we're in around waste, and the fact that we have a shortage of we're going to run out of landfill. So what steps have your councils both put in place for a scenario where, God forbid, there is literally nowhere for our red bins to go? So
limited in what I can say. We're talking and engaging with our current service provider around what we may do at the end of that contract and what their capacity is. We do also have other measures in place where we have arrangements with the Central Coast, who are our neighbouring council, who own and operate a landfill. So there's an option there, and we are also aware that Summerhill landfill in Newcastle is quite open commercially to accepting waste out of Sydney. So there are some options there, so that
it's fair to say it's a real concern though.
Look,
that you have
very serious concerns.
It is, and probably the examples that Chris gave came into effect when we had the extreme wet weather 21, 22, and the rail line from Hornsby's case down to Woodlawn was blocked for a period of time, and so we were in this forced situation of what do we do with waste, and in that scenario we were fortunate, being on the north of Sydney, our neighbouring council Central Coast was able to assist. But it was a wide issue across Sydney.
Sorry.
The only other thing I could add, is it's really important that we're leaders in local government too in the circular economy. In fact, in buying back the recycled product as well, that's really important, just to create the markets, etc. That's where we're working a lot in that space. But if it's all good to recycle and to do all of this great stuff, but if there's no market for it in return, then it is a big issue.
Thank you. I think that's time too.
Be mindful of the time. Anything quickly, Mr. Primrose? We've got well with time. Great. Well, thank you. I'll just one very final quick point for you both, please, because our time is up. But in talking about all of that, the social licence, accepting and understanding, is a critical part of whatever is rolled out.
Absolutely.
Indeed, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your time today and your evidence. I don't think we've taken anything on notice, but if there's anything further that we may have questions that we'll provide following today's outcomes, and we'll get those to you and look forward to hearing more really interesting information. Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you both for being here. Welcome, and for giving us the time today to give evidence. Could each of you please, starting from my left, state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Sure. Mr. Timothy Askew, I'm the Director of Programs at the Hunter Joint Organisation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
G'day, my name's Mr. Christopher Dart. I'm the Regional Waste Coordinator for the Hunter Joint Organisation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you both, and would either or both of you like to begin by making a short statement?
Sure. I just wanted to open by giving a little bit of context as to who we are, who our organisation is, and how we formed our view that we've reflected in our submission. So, the Hunter JO, or the Hunter Joint Organisation, is a statutory body under the Local Government Act, established to facilitate intergovernmental collaboration, regional strategic planning and priority setting and advocacy. We also serve as the EPA-funded voluntary waste group. So we've got 11 member councils within that waste group who we work with collaboratively on regional waste and resource recovery priorities. Our position on energy from waste has been developed in consultation with that waste group, which is chiefly made up of the waste managers and the waste teams from those member councils. But we haven't undertaken any community consultation or engagement in forming that view, and I think that's an important point to make. As a waste group, we are of the opinion that energy from waste facilities can play an important role in a modern waste management system by safely processing some forms of non-recoverable residual waste. But I think it's important to stress that we think that any energy from waste, investment in energy waste facilities needs to be complemented by investment in resource recovery and circular economy infrastructure as well. large consolidated facilities like those that are being proposed may offer better environmental performance and can extract more energy from waste than landfills can. And particularly compared to the current system of like quite small dispersed landfills that we have in our region, our councils operate 17 active landfills at present. We support the New South Wales government's recent efforts to lead statewide infrastructure planning, and we think this type of coordinated approach is needed to facilitate the sophisticated waste infrastructure that we need in the future. However, we also think that the New South Wales government needs to do more to support its policy objectives by engaging the community in providing honest and trustworthy information about the role of energy from waste. We're of the opinion that that's been lacking so far in this debate. And that is all.
Okay, thank you. Happy with that as well, Mr. Askew. I'm just going to have one quick one, and then I'll turn to my colleagues and then come back. So that, but just from that point that you made there, Mr. Dart, very quickly, you said that there's been no community engagement as such around your development of these things, and yet in your submission you state that there's overall support for the addition of the Tomago site in Port Stephens as a permissible precinct for energy from waste. So what's that based on then, if it's not community engagement and consultation?
That's the view of our waste group of the council. So.
Okay, but that hasn't been put out there more broadly yet to see what sort of social licence there might be around all of that. Okay, great. I'll come back with some others, but I'll give my colleagues the chance first. Thank you.
Thanks so much for coming today. I had a question arising from your written submission where you noted the cases internationally where the uptake of energy from waste has resulted in falling recycling rates because those facilities to operate at full capacity demanded feedstock that could otherwise be recycled. You've pointed out that we would need to invest further in resource recovery processes to make sure that that doesn't happen here. Could you provide some more detail around options your members in the Hunter have explored?
Sure, I'll start, Tim, if you like. I think we strongly, we're concerned about that becoming a reality, that an energy from waste facility just sucks in waste that could otherwise be recovered, and that's not an outcome that we would want to see. As I said, our councils at the moment operate, they all, with the exception of one, operate at least one active landfill. And I think as we move into the future, we're starting to see increasing risks around or emerge from the operation of those landfills, whether they're environmental compliance risks or cost pressures. Our councils are starting to turn their mind, obviously, to always to what the future infrastructure looks like. And I think there's, some interest in setting up a more regionally collaborative system of consolidated larger facilities that are supported by, let's say transfer infrastructure, aggregation, processing infrastructure, which would give councils a greater ability to extract and aggregate materials for recovery. That's the type of infrastructure that we're looking at, so that we're moving away from investment in smaller or continued investment in small landfills and starting to look at what other options might exist that would allow our member councils to interact with a larger facility, whether that be a landfill or an energy from waste facility or large recovery infrastructure, by aggregating and doing some pre-treating and some sorting of waste.
Thank you. And amendment may need to be taken on notice, but I'd be really interested in the detail of what's been considered in terms of those processing.
Sure. We're currently, we've got some EPA funding to develop a regional waste infrastructure strategy, which we've just started to do. So we're in the very early stages of that. But I think over the next 12 months or so, that'll become a bit more clear, and that strategy should be made publicly available. So,
great. Thank you.
All right.
Just like to add that over the last few years, we've been strongly investing in the circular economy systems in our region and really investigating strategically what that might look like over the longer term. We've been lucky enough to receive EPA funds to investigate all sorts of angles in circular economy. So I think through this submission as well, we would see the circular economy as the ultimate solution to the waste issue, to the point where we want to really see our waste as a resource in the longer term. And I think what we're saying, this energy from waste is an incremental improvement over landfill, but not the long-term solution.
If I could just follow up on that, I mean, it's terrific that you are approaching this issue as a region with collaboration across the councils. What barriers are there to the implementation of that strategy, or what additional government support would you need?
I probably needed another half an hour to talk through all of those, and can possibly provide more information to the committee post this inquiry. But there is so many barriers to trying to create the circular economy. I think the main one for us, if we were really truly going to be successful in this space, is a very strong and committed investment in people resources to develop a focus on circular economy. Because basically what you're saying is you're rewiring the entire economy. And so to do that requires collaboration from federal, state and local government, as well as the business community. To try and do that, it's not impossible, but it takes a concerted effort with a strong strategy to do that.
Thank you. Look,
And
I could probably spend the rest of your time just
Yes,
talking to you about
we
this.
probably-
I will go to my colleagues, but
sure.
I'd really appreciate further information with your
Sure.
recommendations being provided on notice. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for your attendance today and also your submission. The Hunter Joint Organisation, these are my words, is an umbrella organisation looking after, I think, 11 councils, you said? I note in your written submission that you say the Hunter JO made a submission in relation to energy from waste option papers back in early 25 and supported the addition of the Tomago site in Port Stephens. Was that a unanimous decision from your organisation? Did all councils agree to that position, or was that a majority decision?
So that position was formed again with our waste group. Broadly, there was support. I don't remember there being any dissenters in that. We did also put that to members of our board, who are made up of the mayors and the general managers, for any opposition. None was raised. However, I would just like to point out that does not mean that we're 100% supportive of an energy from waste facility being developed at Tomago. We are merely expressing our support for the gazettal of that site as a permissible location, such that it can be considered subject to environmental assessment and the planning process.
Right. Well, taking that into account, am I safe in assuming up until this point, right, not going any further forward, but up until this point, that Port Stephens Council is open to having a facility at Tomago? Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding. They haven't expressed any opposition to us and have been open to it.
Okay. Have you read or listened to other submissions that this inquiry has heard yet?
I've seen and read a few and read some
Good,
transcripts.
okay,
Yeah.
fine. Well, that draws me to the previous witnesses to you, particularly the people from Hornsby Council, who suggested in their submission exploring the possibility of using disused open-cut mines in the Hunter as possible landfill alternatives. Has that been explored in amongst the Hunter Joint Organisation?
I don't. I've certainly heard it talked about. I don't think we've ever seriously investigated that possibility. I would, and Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would point out that generally our member councils are quite interested in the adaptive reuse of mine sites, but for what purposes? Yeah, I could say.
Okay, that's it for me at the moment, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
Nothing from
Could
me
I,
at the moment.
could I just quickly, on the back of Mr. Roberts there, on the Tomago question, and being put forward, how was the possibility advanced for Tomago to be on that list to the JO?
I don't think we were directly approached. I believe we found out through the EPA's public exhibition of the draft framework
Right, so it's not as though it was taken to you or to the council, it essentially appeared on the EPA's website, and then you've had the discussions subsequently about that, but you haven't been provided any information on what or how or...
No, not really. Nothing other than what's been publicly available, with the exception of we have seen some draft maps for the outline of that proposed precinct.
Right, that's all. Yes, Mr.
I'd also add that we've got some strong caveats around our submission around social licence and proper assessment of the environmental impacts of energy from waste. So our support is subject to those things being led by state government.
Better. And in saying that as well, and coming back to the social licence and the point that Dr. Conn was making about resource recovery, that obviously that you feel needs to be a priority. You also note in your submission that EFW facilities operate most efficiently when at full capacity. That and the idea that contracts need to be locked in for periods of 25 to 30 years, and that's the lifespan of such facilities. Do you feel that could potentially preclude this movement towards the circular economy and better resource recovery?
Look, I think it certainly has. It has. There's a risk that could happen. So, I'm certainly not the expert on it, but I would like to see any, as I said before, any investment in energy from waste infrastructure complemented by investment in resource recovery infrastructure. And I'm not sure exactly how this would be achieved, but whether there are some, I think there needs to be some very clear guidance or restrictions on what can be accepted into those facilities. I wouldn't want to see them, I think as someone else alluded to earlier, just feeding the beast with any type of waste. I think we really need to be really careful about what type of waste is appropriate for that and what can be feasibly recovered, and the two shouldn't necessarily be mixed. It should only be for non-recoverable residual wastes.
And the waste levy, should that be even in part directed to a better investment in terms of resource recovery, opportunities for R&D?
I can answer that. We have a strong position on the waste levy that we would like to see it 100% hypothecated for use of solving these critical issues that we have around waste management. And at the moment, our current position, we haven't been successful in getting 100% hypothecation, but our current position is at least we could return to a 9% recovery of our waste levy back into the region to reinvest in our resource recovery infrastructure. We could get a much better outcome for our region.
Just a mere 9%, Mr. Askew.
I know, that was our submission recently to the New South Wales budget, because we used to get 9% of our waste levy back about in 2010-11, and that would be a good start.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Benassia, did you have anything?
Well, just pick up on your comments around social licence and the chair's questions there. Your submission sort of highlights a trust in state-led infrastructure. Do you think these energy waste facilities face that same trust deficit going forward? And have you been observing, I guess, the consultation and the proposals in Parks and Tarago, and how do you see them sitting in that distrust paradigm?
Look, I have been following the proposed facilities, and to me, I think that the lack of there being a trusted body providing impartial, reliable, honest information to the community has led to a situation where there is a huge amount of information coming from other sources. Some of it is I think reliable, and some of it isn't, but it's very difficult to decipher what is and what isn't true. I think that creates a situation where members of the public and can be confused or unsure. I mean, I read a lot about it. I'm confused and I'm unsure at times because I find it difficult to find information that I can really rely on. As we've pointed out in our submission, I think it's dangerous, or it's not dangerous, but it's ineffective to leave all of the consultation to the proponents of these facilities. I think inherently there is some scepticism in what the proponents may be saying to the community because they have a vested interest in the facility going ahead. I understand that the state government needs to be a bit mindful of conflict of interest when they're also the assessment authority for these developments, but I think that more consultation and community engagement could be done to support the policies of the state government that are enabling or encouraging these facilities. For example, the framework. So just explaining what the role of energy from waste is, what the risks are, how those risks can be mitigated, examples of successful developments overseas, or whatever it may be. I think that a body like the state government, given the controversial nature of this issue, needs to lead that debate or at least sort of moderate it so that there is information that can be trusted in the public domain.
Okay. And do you think EPA can be that trusted source, or has that horse bolted given their poor performance in Tarago and other sites?
Look, whether they're the appropriate agency, it might not be a decision for me, but I think that they could play that role if that was appropriate. Maybe there's another government body that would be better placed to do it, but I think the EPA is more than capable of doing it, and I think it would be great for them to step into that role and provide more information.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Mr. McLaren-Jones?
Just following on from that, just around specifically consultation as opposed to providing that trusted information, what role do you see individual councils or joint orgs in driving that? And I suppose also, what is the minimum amount of consultation that's required?
Do you want to answer?
I think it's a difficult question to answer for us, but I would say that we would want to be a partner in assisting the state government in community consultation. But other than that, I don't think I can add anything to that.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that the councils do a lot of engagement about their waste services and on an ongoing basis. So I think, if we got to a point in time, whatever their decisions are around how waste is processed or collected or recovered, the councils have got a very strong track record of doing that. So they'd be able to support community engagement, certainly around the services that they provide to their community.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for appearing today. The first question I have is around your member council, so you may or may not be able to answer it, but please feel free to take it on notice, obviously. To your knowledge, how many of them have rolled out FOGO in their...
I'm just going to do some quick maths. 6. Is it 6? Yeah.
6.
It's with, I think there's 3 or 4. We'd probably have to take it on notice to get the exact numbers.
Mm-hmm.
But there's 3 or 4 coming in the next few years.
Okay.
And they have a date on that. I think but I couldn't definitively say which date it is.
So 6 of the...
10 have
current
FOGO.
services,
Okay.
And yeah, that's right. I think a couple have got 2 have got have either are running a tender or have got a tender, have had a tender recently closed, and there's a facility being developed too on the mid-coast.
Yeah, but we can
A
provide that.
facility being developed for the processing of the... Yep.
That's right, yeah.
And is that within the Hunter? Or?
Yes. Mid-Coast Council is one of our member councils.
Of course, yep. Thank you. In terms of your submission as well, you mentioned you've got 17 active landfills at the moment across the Hunter JO, is that correct?
Yeah, that's to the best of my knowledge. I'll double check that for you though.
So your submission notes that a facility of a comparable size as the ones sort of being proposed in the South Estate and Goulburn, Woodlawn and Parks facilities, would have the ability to basically replace all of those landfills. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's a preliminary comment.
Back of the envelope.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yep. In terms of those landfills, I'm just interested in exploring a bit more what they're currently like. So whether you know how much life they have left in them, how old they are. I know some of the older landfills that we have within New South Wales are particularly gassy and problematic. And there was a suggestion earlier today that perhaps we need to lift the requirements for emissions from landfills, whether that would be something that your councils would then struggle to meet as an additional sort of impost.
Generally, if you look at the facilities across our region, there is a diversity in I would say, just the sophistication and the quality of those and the age of those. Some of the bigger facilities are very sophisticated and have a lot of infrastructure. Others are the opposite, right? Are very small rural landfills. They were developed, before I guess the modern guidelines were in place, and so are outdated, frankly. And I think that makes them at times challenging to manage. In terms of the environmental risks, it also makes it difficult to capture gas effectively from those landfills. And I guess another point is that the size or the scale of some of those landfills is quite small, and that affects the business case for landfill gas capture in the absence of any kind of other funding support or a mechanism like the ACCU scheme that would provide some credits. Even then, I think the feasibility for gas capture on some of those landfills would be tenuous. So. I think that was part of the interest in energy from waste facilities, was that it potentially is an opportunity to modernise the waste infrastructure in the region and consolidate it into one site where the controls are a bit easier to manage.
I found it interesting that your submission sort of notes that the energy from waste would be less harmful than the current sort of status quo, if you like. Is that why you're sort of suggesting that?
Yeah, like that's our view on it. And I would obviously note that we're not experts in that. And that's just from the information that we were able to gather, that it seemed to us that energy from waste offered some environmental benefits in the sense that it's much more geographically confined. It would be a very sophisticated facility, and therefore the environmental controls presumably would be very strong, and that would offer some benefits over the current system of waste facilities that we have in the region, where the ability to manage the impacts is it's difficult. However, we do absolutely acknowledge that there is concern about the environmental health and the human health risks around energy from waste, and while to me it seems like the standards that have been adopted in New South Wales are very stringent and that those facilities operate safely around the world, I think that needs to be verified by someone with more expertise than me.
And that's noted in your submission that any proposed energy from waste facilities must be subject to those rigorous sort of risk assessments prior to their approval. It's fair to say that the Hunter region as a whole is no stranger to sort of having to embrace change, new and emerging technologies, but also sort of lifting the weight of the state in some ways. Do you see waste and energy from waste facilities as just sort of another iteration of that for the Hunter area? That's sort of a new and modern technology that perhaps is needed and will help to supplement our state in terms of some of the issues that we're facing?
Yes, but I would expand on that and say that we've been advocating for quite some time now about circular economy as an economic opportunity for the Hunter. So it's not just waste processing and energy from waste. I think that there may be an opportunity more broadly to establish industrial circular economy processes in the Hunter, and that has the potential to replace some of the economic output that may be lost from the coal industry if that declines over the coming decades. So I agree with you, and I think that was part of our point, was that the Hunter has a tolerance and an acceptance of industrial activities, right? So a strong industrial history. It doesn't mean that they would be tolerant of an unsafe facility, but I just mean that there's a history there of that kind of activity.
And so the Hunter JO member councils are broadly supportive of energy from waste as a means of replacing landfill, which is sort of noted in your submission. It was a question I put to the previous witnesses, but obviously we know that the landfill capacity within New South Wales is quite constrained. We are projected to run out of landfill as it currently stands by 2030. What have your member councils, what work have they done, or you as a JO, to sort of mitigate against the worst case scenario, which is that literally people's red bins cannot be picked up from the side of the road?
As I've noted earlier, all of our councils, barring one, operate active landfills. Some of them more than one. So they're quite used to that sort of operational work, which is distinct from metropolitan Sydney, where a lot of that's outsourced to the private sector. And so our councils providing reliable services to the community is the number one priority in terms of waste. And so they typically have continued to invest in landfill infrastructure to make sure that there's sufficient capacity. There are examples of that, of where councils are not able to do that. Maitland City Council is getting close to the end of its life for its facility, so we'll need to look at other options outside. But yeah, typically it's been to operate your own landfill, and therefore that gives it an element of security.
So would you say councils are relatively, and I use this sort of as loosely as I can, relatively a trusted partner when it comes to waste locally by their local communities in the Hunter?
Yes.
So when you sort of look at some of these issues and concerns around social licence and new and emerging technologies, and I think the question was asked earlier by Mr. Benaziak in terms of who would be best placed to do some of that sort of consultation work with communities, could it be the case that council would be best placed to play some sort of a role there?
I think it would ultimately be a decision for the individual councils as to whether they wanted to do that or not.
They'd obviously want more resources to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's right. Need some funding. There would be a decision for the individual councils. However, I certainly think they've got the capability to do that, and I would say all of them engage their communities at the moment around waste services quite effectively.
Okay, I think that's time. Thank you both very much for appearing today and giving evidence, and I think we have taken on notice some additional information that you'll provide, so the Secretariat will be in touch and with further questions on notice as well. So thank you both.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll have our morning tea break until 10:30 a.m. sharp. Thank you very much.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for making the time to give evidence. As you are appearing from Queensland, please note that the Parliamentary Evidence Act 1901 does not operate outside of New South Wales. Therefore, witnesses giving evidence from another state or territory within Australia may still have some protection, though via uniform defamation legislation. It is advised that you avoid making adverse or defamatory comments about individuals. So could I ask you please to state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation?
My name is Ali El-Hanande. I am an Associate Professor of Environmental Engineering, currently working with Griffith University. I'm not representing Griffith University in any formal way. This is my own, whatever I say is my own testimony, not necessarily representative of Griffith's standing. I will take a solemn oath if you don't mind.
That's fine.
I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Great, thank you very much. And yes, just on that point that you have raised, so you are acting entirely in an independent capacity, not on behalf of the university or any
Yes.
other group or organisation?
Affirm.
Okay, thank you for that. Could I just turn to the performance metrics that you have listed in your submission?
Yeah.
In reference to ash recovery. Now you talk about bottom ash reused in
Yes.
construction. Are you aware of, or do you have any knowledge around how much bottom ash will remain following the incineration process and the sorts of tonnages that will be available for and able to be used in processes like construction?
Typically, in incineration, depending, of course, on what goes in the material itself, so that, but it's typically around 10% will remain as ash, bottom ash.
And
But again, this can vary, can be higher if there are some incombustible material going in the feedstock.
and what about fly ash?
Fly ash is another story. That could be up to, depending on the cleaning process. Modern incinerators, they will normally capture the fly ash.
Okay, but fly ash also can't be reused in any capacity. It's a hazardous waste, is that correct?
It is.
Okay. You also state in your submission, you reference, in fact, some of the research that's been done, that newer incinerators are considered relatively safer with fewer reported health effects, but that's not suggesting none then.
We can't say there is no potential health risk. That's true. But so far, what we, based on the literature review that is available now, based on the peer-reviewed literature and meta-analysis, the risk associated is much, much lower than the traditional incinerators that normally operated prior to 2000. And in many cases, even lower than coal-fired stations.
Okay.
However,
No, sorry, please
however,
continue.
there is still a risk because long-term monitoring we don't have. Long-term impacts and chronic impacts may develop after a long term of exposure, which we don't have that data. So yeah, we can't eliminate the risk 100%.
And you're referencing there other research, but again, in your submission, it states that technology specifics remains undisclosed. but the consortium claims it is globally proven. But again, that's not evidence for them to claim that. But you've looked at evidence yourself, peer-reviewed evidence in the research that you've undertaken.
Well, that is based on what the modern designs, and I assume, and well, that's what they stated, that they are using the modern design that will meet the European standards, which normally is the current standard for modern incinerators. That, and it's similar to what's used in Western Australia.
Are you aware, though, that the European standards have continued to change, have become stricter?
Yeah, that's true. And the New South Wales standards as well is very strict. I'm not suggesting that this is a safe or promoting. I'm not proponent for waste incineration, but I'm just stating the facts that are available now in the literature.
Yes, thank you. And one of the facts that you've used there as well is that when it comes to the dispersion and spread, highest concentrations within 2 to 5 kilometre radius of the stack. Again, that's based on European models? Are you aware if the proponents here in New South Wales are stating similar information around that?
The statement there, I believe I made it based on the modeling that they have done for was it the parks or the other one? Yeah, so they have the travel, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, so yeah.
Okay, so that's based on the parks.
Yes. The dispersion is a big issue
Yes.
in many places, depending on the geography and the topography. So if you have low wind, you have valleys and like a contained area, that can cause issues with dispersion. But based on the modeling that they presented, it looks like that's where the concentrations are. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll hand to my colleagues to ask questions now as well.
Thanks, Chair. One of your recommendations was about the life cycle approach for evaluating alternatives and proposed energy from waste plants. I understand from your written submission that this is something you've got some expertise in. Are you able to explain specifically what you mean by that life cycle assessment approach? How does that work?
So basically there's some issues here. Yeah, all right. So, basically what I'm suggesting is, and that is something unfortunately been consistent with many policies, not in Australia only, but around the world, is that the narrow focus on one objective. For example, in many cases it would be for carbon reduction or renewable energy production, increasing renewable energy production, without looking at the side consequences of the proposal. So you might have a condition where you can actually reduce carbon emissions, but it may result in other side impacts like toxicity, like human health impact, like eutrophication. You might end up with situations where you have increased the energy, renewable energy or green energy production and lowered carbon emissions, but on the cost of, for example, other programs that become unviable, like recycling and so on. So when you look at life cycle impact, you will not look only at one impact in particular, which basically narrow vision, I call it keyhole vision, but you will look at other consequences as well. So the model will consider other impacts and potential impacts, and also you would consider scenarios for failure, for uncertainty, allowing for uncertainty, allowing for abnormal conditions and so on. So that's what I think that's something that we should always consider, not only focus on one particular objective and forget about the other sometimes unintended consequences.
Thank you. And I have a follow-up question, which I appreciate may be outside of your expertise, but do you consider that the current planning system in New South Wales supports or enables that kind of approach?
Well, it's something that should be considered and could be very easily integrated with the EIS, Environmental Impact Statement. So, yeah, it shouldn't be a problem integrated with the current system.
Thank you. Chair, if I may ask one more very specific question. In your written submission, you submitted that high temperature incineration may not fully destroy PFAS compounds. This is something that is a growing area of concern for communities in New South Wales, but also for the Parliament. You've also written that PFAS incineration may pose risks to agricultural land and food safety, especially when combustion is incomplete or waste streams are poorly characterised. What can be done to mitigate that risk, given that we know that there is PFAS in waste streams in New South Wales?
Yeah, well, first of all, that is a very low risk. I must qualify that, because it depends on how much is coming in the incoming stream, how much of it can actually escape the gas cleaning system. And the current evidence from the peer-reviewed literature, the latest one was published last year, 2025, found very, very little evidence that this is actually a high risk. It showed that it is actually very low risk. So that's a sign. But destruction of PFAS, because PFAS is a very difficult product in the first place. So the first thing is to eliminate or to minimize it in the incoming stream. That's the first thing, which is basically controlling the what goes into the incinerator. Make sure, of course, that the high temperatures remain very high, above 1,000 or above 800. Some PFAS will not be destroyed even at 1,000, 1,200 degrees. Sometimes it might be cleaved into smaller. Yes, that's true. But it's very small risk. That's what I'm saying. The main thing is gas emissions. Gas emissions have to be monitored, and probably you need some kind of continuous monitoring to ensure that the concentrations are low. Probably, and this is the latest actually recommendations from meta-analysis literature review of this incinerators, is to actually also monitor the concentrations in the soils around the facilities to make sure that it doesn't exceed the concentrations that are safe enough.
Are you able to share that evidence or that literature with us?
Yeah, I can. Well, I can send the meta-analysis reference here.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Roberts, did you have
No
something?
questions.
Mr. Benassia?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Doctor, just going to your submission on page 3, you've got a performance criteria table there. And just going to emissions control, can you maybe break that down in plain English for us and for average people? In terms of the proposed sites of Tarago and Parks, how does that compare in terms of the international facilities and standards? Are they at, below or above those international facilities in terms of emissions control?
Because we don't have all what we have is the models, and they are below, yes. Below international facilities standards, yes.
So they're arguing that they're at international standards or above international standards?
They are stricter than international standards. And they are at or stricter than international standards, correct.
But you haven't been able to verify that with the available data?
Well, I mean, it's only based on models because we don't have any monitoring data. I tried to look at the incinerator that's currently running in Western Australia, but there's no records of what I could find is that there were no records from 25-26 that there was any exceedance of the limits that they are permitted to emit, and so that's what I could find. There's no monitoring data available that we can look at, and that system or that incinerator is similar technology to what's proposed in the parks and Tarago.
Okay. And I guess from a scientific point of view, do you think it's important that any site have some level of baseline monitoring done first to ascertain what is the air quality level, what is the soil quality level, what's the water quality level in those areas of the proposed site before a project is approved and commenced, so we can properly assess any long-term impacts?
Well, I mean, it's advisable to have the background levels. The only thing that you have to be also aware of is that if there are any other activities besides the incinerator, that can also add to the load, to the environmental load. So you should be able to separate the impact of the two.
Look, I appreciate, and this might be out of your area of expertise, but you do say that there is still some risk or unknown risk of long-term exposure or emissions. Do you accept that even if those emissions are below limits in terms of air quality, etc., that doesn't guarantee market acceptance of agricultural products?
That's very difficult to say. I'm not an expert in the market acceptance and all that, so I probably better refrain from answering that because I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Mr. McCurran-Jones?
No problem.
If I may, Dr. Hernanden, you also talk about that even engineered landfills pose risks due to liner failure. So what of fly ash disposal, considering the fact that it is a hazardous waste material, for it to be disposed of in landfill, which is required, the residue that's produced from these incineration processes, it potentially poses risks then as well?
Well, there is a potential, yes. If there is a failure in the landfill, then there is a potential for contamination to groundwater. That's, there is a potential if there is a failure in the liners. But you have to, we have to understand that engineered landfills now are not the hole in the ground where we just put things in it. And so first of all, it has to be a designated facility that will accept hazardous waste of that type. And it has to be engineered to the level that will be able to handle such kind of waste and risk. So it will be typically lined. Normally there will be a geosynthetic liner and sometimes also compacted clay underneath. So if one of them failed, the other one will at least hold. And then also we have normally leachate collection systems, which also will collect any excess moisture and treat it before it can be released. So there are multiple layers of protection, but you can't, even with engineering, you can't be 100% sure. There will always have to accept some level of risk.
And that hazardous material, the fly ash, when you're talking about the treatment of it, would need to be treated at the site of incineration before it is transported once again. Is that accurate?
Well, it has to be stabilized, yeah.
Right. at least stabilised before transported, and then then potentially
Disposal.
treated after the event. And of course, New South Wales has limited hazardous waste facilities as well.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I did not review the sites available, but this is something definitely whoever proposing this proposal have to consider what are they going to do with their fly ash and where they're going to dispose it.
Yes, okay. So just one final one from me, please, Doctor. In your recommendations, you do say deploy energy from waste selectively. So on what grounds?
Yeah, well, look, because this issue is a very complicated issue, because energy from waste is not only necessarily incineration. Incineration is one of the methods. So we could have energy from waste via biomethane production. We could have energy from waste even from landfills by collecting the methane from and landfill gas. We could have some other methods like pyrolysis and gasification and so on. So there are a lot of ways to recover the energy. The problem also is that when you are considering the energy from waste, especially with incineration and thermal treatment, like for example gasification and pyrolysis, is there might be a competition between what you can recycle and what you can actually burn. If you are going to burn only the green wet waste, that's not going to give you much energy return at all. In fact, it might consume more energy than what you produce. So they definitely have to consider some of the other combustibles like cardboard, paper, plastic, and so on, to increase the energy value of your waste. Is there a problem here between recycling and energy production? I don't know. So that is the thing that we have to think about when I say, like, from a life cycle perspective. Also, the amount of energy we deliver to the society. Is it the energy we produce, or is it the energy we save? Because you see, if you are, for example, recycling some stuff, you probably indirectly saving some energy. Whereas if you're burning them, yes, you're getting energy production, but is the energy produced more than the energy saved? Potentially saved, let me say, potentially saved. So that is the things that maybe we should consider as well. So selective, and well, if we can't do anything better with it, yes, that would be a good way. We always refer to generally, and it's always 100%. It's not always 100% correct. We talk about the pyramid, where we have the waste hierarchy. We have the best thing is to eliminate the waste in the first place. Then if we can't eliminate it, at least reduce it. And if we can't reduce it, at least reuse it in a way. Then if we can't reuse it, then recycle it. And then what comes fine after that, then we start talking about incineration. And then after that, we start talking about landfilling. And the issue between landfilling and incineration is unsettled. Even now, the literature, if you go to the literature, it's still the debate between to bury or burn is still an open question. Sometimes burying is better than burning. Sometimes burning is better than burying, depending on what type of material you are dealing with, distances that you need to transport, technology is used, the nature of the location that you are considering, and so on.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to Labor now.
Thanks. Thank you for appearing. I just wanted to start with a question about the waste landscape here in New South Wales. How familiar are you with the current challenges that are facing New South Wales in terms of landfill?
Look, I did my PhD in 2010, and it was about the waste management in Sydney, interestingly enough.
Excellent. We might like to see
And
a copy of
the
that.
The PhD probably is available for sure. It's online from the library. Published a lot of work. Published quite a number of work about this, including considerations of energy from waste, and of course, there has always been a resistance to energy from waste, but also there is resistance to setting up new landfills as well. So what do? If we can stop producing waste, that's the best thing. But as long as the society produces waste, we need a method to deal with it. What is the best way to reduce harm to the society and still get value for, deal with our waste, reduce harm to the society, and get the best value for our resources.
And so your PhD in 2010, it's fascinating. Would be fascinating to see, what conclusions that arrived at. Would you say that much has progressed since then in terms of waste management in Sydney or New South Wales?
At that time, the big question was whether to send the waste to Goulburn or not to send it to Goulburn.
Still a question.
Yeah. And at that time, the promise was that could last us. I think the promise then, if my memory doesn't fail me, was that should last us at least 50 years.
And yet here we are, and we are being, so that the current advice is that we are going to run out of landfill in 2030. Is that your understanding as well?
Yeah.
I noted in your submission as well that you talked about LCA technologies as alternative solutions.
Go ahead, please.
I just invite you to expand on that.
LCA is not a technology. LCA, I'm sorry, this is just a correction. LCA is not a technology. LCA is just a
alternatives.
Yeah. So you could look at multiple alternatives and look at the potential environmental impact from using standardized methods, which is in the ISO 1440. And you could look at incineration, you could look at landfilling, you could look at different approaches of recycling and different approaches and then you try to formulate some kind of waste management system that will meet your demand, your target. And of course, the modern life cycle studies, they also include life cycle costing into them, building the environmental cost, basically internalizing environmental cost. And then also the newer generation of LCA studies, also they include the social life cycle assessment into the study, to also not only to look at the environmental impact, and then of course the next generation was to include also the economic impact, but also to look at the social impact. So that would be a wonderful thing to do if you look at any option and look at what can we do that, and of course at the end we can never find, and that's important to understand, that we can never find an optimum solution. We'll always find an optimal solution. So they will have an array of solutions, but which one of them is best compromise, basically?
Yeah, or the least bad, as we like to say.
Yeah, so the least bad. Yes,
the least
exactly.
bad. So when you were talking about that, I'm just interested in picking up on this point. When you were discussing using that LCA approach, there were only sort of two options that you mentioned there in terms of dealing with waste. And those two options were incineration or landfill. And in terms of the short amount of runway that we've got before we run out of landfill entirely and people's red bins can't be collected, what are there any other options? Is there anything else this committee should be looking at, given the time constraints that we've got, but also, the level of, I suppose, opposition or reluctance for a number of regional areas and areas in Sydney also that are saying, look, we're not putting our hand up for another landfill, but we're also not putting our hand up for another energy from waste facility. So where is it going to go? What are we going to do with the waste?
Well, definitely the best option to deal with waste is to minimize it.
Yeah.
So we should have some kind of programs that will encourage people to minimize the amount of waste that they're generating, and that's the top of the hierarchy. The next one is to find ways to reuse whatever we generate. So if we have generated waste, this waste could be somehow reusable, and that should be by design. A while ago I was interested in one particular component, which is the printers, which were designed particularly to run out of basically, once you run out of ink of them, these cheap
you buy a new printer.
You buy a new one.
Yeah, yeah.
Because they're designed to be waste. And a lot of products are like that.
Yeah.
So we should, these kind of products, maybe we should look at them from not only electronics and all that, but everything.
We have introduced here, sorry to cut you off, we have introduced, product life cycle obligations here now in New South Wales for batteries. So it's there, that work is starting to get underway. But in terms of the time pressures that we are up against, we heard earlier from, I'm not sure if you were listening to the inquiry earlier today, but we heard earlier from councils, local governments here in New South Wales that still haven't rolled out measures to compost food scraps. So, that would seem to me some really low-hanging fruit opportunities for those measures that you're talking about in terms of minimising waste. So given that, when we're looking at the hierarchy, we are trying all we can to minimise. We've mandated food and organics. So FOGO's our food and organics recycling here in New South Wales. We've mandated that for councils, but there are a number that are still, for whatever reason, unable to roll it out. So if we've exhausted all of the options we have to try and minimise and mitigate, what is left for us to do besides building a new landfill or an energy from waste facility?
Well, I mean, if there is residual waste, it has to find a place. And unfortunately, at the moment, the only viable technologies we have for residual waste is either landfill it or burn it. But we shouldn't allow much of our waste to reach the point of residual waste.
I agree, yes.
Well, as you said, for example, composting is an option for organic products. Anaerobic digestion is another option for biodegradable organics. They all come at their cost. They all also, I'm sure you will find people who will have some objections to them. Composting major problem is, do we have enough market for it? That is one thing. And the other thing, there has been some evidence lately that some composting facilities had also contamination with PFAS. So, yeah.
In terms of the performance metrics table that you've popped in your submission, which I found very helpful, when you're looking at the international facilities, and you've mentioned there the reference facilities as being dozens across the EU, Japan and Singapore. Is there, one or two or three examples you can point us to in terms of what you would describe in your, academic experience to be best practice or sort of leading examples at the moment for this technology?
Well, Singapore, for sure, the facilities in Singapore are running in very high density population areas. There is also the recent ones that were built in Germany, and they are all of the recent ones are built on the standards of the EU, UK EU 2000 directive. So they're all meeting very stringent standards. And that's, I mean, to me, from the documentations I could access about these two proposals, the two proposed facilities, they are also proposed to meet these standards.
Wonderful. When you talk about carbon capture, you say it's emerging in the EU. Could you explain a bit more about that and what that involves and why that might be, a useful technology?
Well, that's again is another. I'm sorry, I don't have enough expertise to talk about the mechanisms of carbon capture from these facilities.
That's okay.
Such facilities.
But you've mentioned it is emerging, and you've given the example of a facility in Oslo. Would that be something that the committee could, inquire into or look at as potentially leading the way or emerging in that field?
Well, that is one direction now, and that is emerging, as you mentioned. The cost is probably an issue, so that is something that has to be looked at, and whether that could be something that you want to consider, like those whoever proposing these facilities wants to consider the cost involved and how is it going to translate in the gate fee of the facility. I'm not sure whether it's going to make the facilities viable enough in terms of commercially viable or economically viable to the residents, but also it's going to only deal with the carbon rather than dealing with other concerns.
Yep. When you talk about the energy from waste technology, sort of at a broad level, I'm interested in your thoughts around how much it has advanced or evolved, or how much it hasn't advanced or evolved in, say, the last 16 years since you did your PhD.
I mean, if you look at the older ones, before, and when we talk about older ones, we're talking anything before 2000. These ones were just basically a little bit better than open burning.
Right.
Once you get after that, and after the EU directive of the new generation, the modern generation, the technology has changed so much that you have and that's basically because of the gas cleaning and the temperatures that they require. So most of the pollutants that people are scared of, and they always, these could always dioxins and all that, they normally form at very low temperatures. But if the temperatures are high enough, these are not, there's of course still be a risk, but they're not the major concern anymore. Then of course you have all these cleaning systems to basically clean the gas and release it as clean as possible. Can we have 100% clean gas? No. Is the air 100% clean? No. We have some of these, as one of your colleagues have pointed out. Is it good to have a background monitoring so that we see what is the current system? Yeah, you will find, even with the current system, with what we have now, that some of these pollutants do exist. The concern is how much it will rise after.
Right.
Thank you. Dr. Hernande, thank you very much for your time and evidence. Our time has come to a conclusion. I think we may have requested some material from you, but the Secretariat will be in touch for anything further. So thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you both. Welcome and for joining us, making time to give evidence today. Mr. Short, could I start with you, please? As you are appearing from New Zealand, please note that the Parliamentary Evidence Act 1901 does not operate outside of New South Wales. Witnesses giving evidence from overseas will not be protected by parliamentary privilege. It is advised that you avoid making adverse or defamatory comments about individuals. So could I ask you to please state your name and position title and swear either an oath or affirmation?
My name's Andrew Short. I am the Director of Project Development at OCO Technology, and I have mislaid now the oath.
That's it, yeah, that's yours.
Excuse me.
Read it out to him.
Sorry about that. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask that you state your name, position, title, and swear the oath or affirmation?
Thank you. My name is Amal Jagdeo. I am a sales director at Canadivia Innova Australia. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Okay, thank you both. Mr. Jagdeo, I'll start with you, that your submission states, and I quote, waste to energy is safe, be it in cities or regions. So you're saying that the technology as it stands now is safe anywhere?
Yes, Chair. If I may...
and I'm sorry, yes, it's like I've jumped the gun there with Mr. Short's. Yes, would you like to make an opening statement?
I would appreciate that, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. May I commence?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to participate in this important inquiry. As I mentioned, my name is Amal Jagdeo. I have been with Canadivia Innova Australia since 2021. I am currently the sales director for the Oceania region with responsibility for the development of KVI's waste to energy and renewable gas opportunities across Australia. I am a chartered chemical engineer and a registered professional engineer in Queensland. KVI is headquartered in Zurich, Switzerland. Globally, the company has a presence in 17 countries, more than 3,500 employees, and has delivered over 2,000 waste to energy and renewable gas projects around the world. Our work focuses on decarbonization, supply security, and resource circularity. Energy from waste, or waste to energy, as the term is used interchangeably, is not simply about generating electricity from waste. It is a residual waste treatment process. Its role is to manage the material that remains after avoidance, reuse, recycling, and organics recovery have been applied. KVI continues to deliver modern facilities internationally. Recent examples this year include projects in the United Kingdom, Switzerland, and Italy. KVI is also delivering the UK's first full-scale carbon capture system for a waste-to-energy plant at the Protos Energy Recovery Facility, which is expected to capture around 370,000 tonnes of CO2 per year. In Australia, KVI is also the technology provider for the East Rockingham Waste-to-Energy facility in WA. These projects demonstrate that modern waste-to-energy is a mature, internationally proven technology. In our view, it can play an important role in New South Wales as part of an integrated waste hierarchy, not as a replacement for recycling or waste avoidance, but as a regulated alternative for landfill for residual waste. Thank you, Chair, and I welcome committee questions.
Thank you. And Mr. Short, did you have a short opening statement as well?
Yes, I did. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Andrew Short. I am Director for Project Development at OCO, responsible for developing our business activities in Australia, as well as obtaining the relevant regulatory approvals necessary to operate. I have been at OCO for 4 years and was previously the Estates Director at Gwandin Waste Management, the owners of OCO. So I've been involved with the company almost since its start in 2010. I'm a chartered mineral surveyor with over 30 years experience working on regulatory approvals for a wide range of mineral and waste management facilities and their development. I would like to thank you for inviting me here today and look forward to helping where I can. I apologise for not being there in person, but other matters have prevented me from doing so. OCO decided to make a submission to the inquiry for the following reasons. First, our general support for EFW technology and as an important tool for residual waste management. Second, to illustrate that under the right regulatory and market conditions, technology does exist that can commercially treat and recover, using carbon dioxide, air pollution control residues, creating a carbon negative aggregate for use in the construction industry. Third, to encourage a reassessment of the waste framework, regulations and legislation on reuse of products made from waste, development of an end of waste process. Once again, thank you for inviting me, and I hope to your assistance in the inquiry into the energy from waste in New South Wales as part of waste management process.
Thank you very much. So yes, back to you, Mr. Jagdio, on my question. Waste to energy is safe, be it in cities or regions, so you're saying it's safe anywhere?
I want to qualify that comment. I would like to say that the facility is designed such that it complies with regulatory requirements and the permit conditions. Overseas and in Australia, KVI has numerous of these facilities in operation, and these facilities operate within the requirements of those permitted conditions. So from that perspective, these facilities do operate within the framework of the regulations in the jurisdictions that they operate in.
Okay, a question for both of you then, please, because each of you references it quite specifically. Mr. Short, your submission states that the recovery of incinerator bottom ash and APCR can provide a fully 100% landfill-free option. And Mr. Jagdio, your submission states again that waste to energy enables up to 100% recovery of materials for reuse. What about fly ash? Mr. Jagdio, we'll start with you. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
That's fine, Mr. Short.
Because we cover fly ash, and that's what we process. Historically, fly ash has been landfilled. And fly ash, I'm referring to air pollution control residues, which is, I presume, what you're referring to as well. It's a material that is made of a very high lime, and so it is deemed hazardous for two reasons. One is its high pH, and the other, it does have within it, because it's cleaning up the flue gas, it has mobile heavy metals. Our process recovers that or treats that APCR by introduction of carbon dioxide. That, in two methods, has the ability to treat the APCR, and it does that by changing the heavy metals from oxides and hydroxides to carbonates. Hydroxides and oxides are highly soluble in water. Carbonates are by several magnitudes less soluble in water, and so they don't leach out of the APCR once treated. And APCR is extremely high alkaline. The treatment with carbon dioxide brings that alkaline down. So our process enables us to manufacture a limestone, which is what the lime plus carbon dioxide does. It manufactures a limestone, and so it changes the chemistry of the APCR, and then within the lattice of the limestone, it traps the contaminants within that limestone, so they aren't leachable in the environment. So yeah, with IBA and APCR being used as construction materials, the energy from waste is in fact near on 100% landfill free.
Mr. Jagdio?
Yeah, if I may add, as Andrew mentioned, from the process, you got the waste going in. A percentage of that waste comes out as incinerator bottom ash. That's typically around 15 to 20%. About 5% of the waste going in comes out as APCR, or air pollution control residue. That is by design. There are reagents added to the process, lime, activated carbon, that concentrates the pollutants in the flue gas. These pollutants are derived from the waste. and it concentrates them into the residues, which then needs to be disposed of responsibly because it is a hazardous waste.
Okay, so on that basis, and again to your submission, Mr. Jagdeo, that it states our facilities are safe regardless if built in city centres or regional areas. However, waste to energy plants built close to large population centres to minimise transport of waste and in returning the energy back to community. So with the residue hazardous products that you're talking about as well, again for both of you, the suggestion is that it's better that it be dealt with close to the source.
I can add that the APCR is just one component of the as a byproduct of the process.
But in saying that it's just one source, when there's 700,000 odd tonnes being proposed of waste being sent to parks, what proportion of that is suggested would be the
Residues.
APCR, but specifically not the bottom ash residue, the fly ash residue?
Yeah. It's typically around 3 to 5% of the fraction of the waste coming in that results in APCR.
And Mr. Short, your view on the proximity, minimising transport of waste and then the byproducts as well?
Yeah, I think we've always used in waste management, from my experience, proximity principle is that the facilities should be located close to the source or the arisings of the waste, simply to reduce impact to transport. Transport, whenever I've been involved in regulatory approvals, is normally the biggest concern of local residents. And having the facilities treating that waste next to where the arisings are just seems a sensible solution to that. In terms of the APCR that we treat, typically we would have a off-site facility, and in the UK we have 3 facilities treating APCR, none of them which are co-located. We transport from the energy from waste plants to a hub facility to treat that material, and that's economies of scale more than anything else. So yeah, I mean it's always been the case in the UK when I'm dealing with it that treatment facilities are located adjacent to the waste arisings.
Okay, so it would have to be another potential outcome. I'll hand on to my colleagues now for questions for you both. Dr. Conn?
Thank you. Thank you for appearing today. I wanted to ask a question arising from your written submission where you've said the air dispersion modelling predicts ground level concentrations of emissions coming from the stack. There will be no impact. That's in direct contradiction of evidence we've received from the Public Health Association of Australia. What evidence can you provide to support that? I mean, you've made a very strong assertion of no impact.
I would like to clarify that statement. I would say that a process requires detailed dispersion modeling and environmental health assessment impacts, and the outcome of that is it will then dictate the acceptance of the permit, approval of the permit, and then the the process to go ahead and construct such a facility. What we can say is that there are many facilities like this in Europe and elsewhere in the world, and we are not aware of adverse health effects in the communities that live around these waste-to-energy facilities. There are many of these facilities in high-density areas, and as I mentioned earlier in my opening statement, there are facilities being built as we speak.
Thank you for clarifying the statement that you made in your submission. The other question I wanted to ask is about the viability of these facilities. People have raised significant concerns that to remain viable they require ongoing feedstock, to the extent that in Europe some countries are actually importing garbage, and many people think this isn't something we should be pursuing in New South Wales.
I would say that there is a significant amount of residual waste generated in New South Wales. Typically, what the latest statistics indicates is in excess of 7 million tonnes per annum. If you look at a East Rockingham size facility, which is the one in WA, which is 300,000 tonnes per annum facility, you would need 25 of such facilities to process that residual waste. So indeed, there may be certain scenarios in certain countries in Europe where one could argue that there's overcapacity, but it's certainly not the case in Australia and New South Wales in particular, where the number of facilities that we are aware of that's under development would compromise the waste system, where waste has to be generated to feed the system.
So for the facilities that you operate elsewhere, are you entered into contracts that require the provision of certain tonnage of waste?
Indeed, that's correct, but I would like to say that in Western Australia and the East Rockingham facility, the waste contracts at the time were waste arising contracts, which is quite a novel idea, and it's such that councils are not or encouraged to recycle, and if they do not provide the tonnages that they initially contracted to provide, there are no penalties for that. So that wasn't the basis that there's sufficient confidence in the market that there is sufficient waste to supply these facilities.
And my last question before I go to my colleagues, you've made a very specific recommendation around increasing the landfill levy, which I imagine would be a significant price incentive to support your own industry. Mm-hmm. Where has that recommendation arisen from?
So as KVI, the company, we provide the technology and build these facilities with local partners. One component of the business case of these facilities is the cost to build these facilities. It is a big component of the business financial model. And what we see from discussions with proponents is that the business case is challenged, and the reason why we have these facilities being built and constructed in Europe, for example, is because there are sufficient levies that enable the business case to unlock for these types of facilities.
Okay. So you're saying it's not cost effective without the government intervening to give you a price incentive?
No, I'm not saying that. I am saying that waste levies can boost the business case of the facility if it is higher than where it is today.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for your submissions and attendance today. I'll start with you, Mr. Giorgio. And I think my colleague touched upon it, but I really want to clarify this. Page 6 of your submission, the impact on agriculture locally and across the wider region. You state in your submission provided to us that air dispersion modelling predicts ground level concentrations of emissions coming from the stack. There will be no impact, full stop, very unequivocal. You will agree, though, that there are variables that could change that, such as feedstock, such as human error, such as not complying with any regulated policies, etc.?
Yes, as mentioned earlier, I would like to clarify that statement. The statement is based on the proviso that the facility operates within the permitted conditions. So a waste-to-energy facility has a single point source of emissions. If the plant is operated as designed and intended, the facility would be within the permitted conditions for the pollutants, the maximum levels of those pollutants, and that would then imply that the necessary human health assessment impacts have been done and environmental impacts have been done to satisfy the regulators that it is an acceptable risk.
But if they're not compliant, we would agree there would be a potential for impact, though.
If the facility is not operated as intended, or if waste that's not suitable for entering the facility is indeed processed through the facility, there are systems in place that prevent exceedances from the stack. The system does have continuous emissions monitoring systems. It has advanced control systems. So when the system detects that there is a potential trend where certain pollutants are exceeding or approaching or has a potential to approach their emission limits values, then the facility will shut down safely. And that then ensures that the facility will not exceed its emissions limits requirements.
All right. Well, I'm glad we've cleared up your submission. Mr. Short, is your company engaged by the proponents of either Parkes or Terrigo to provide control of the APCRs at all?
Yes, we're involved in both facilities as a option for air pollution control treatment. At the moment, because of the way the legislation works, that treatment is looking to purely treat it to reduce the contaminants and reduce the hazardous nature of it to go to landfill.
That's it from my chair, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bonacio.
Yeah, sure. Just picking up on the Chair's questions and comments around bottom ash. We had a previous parliamentary inquiry into what we actually should be doing with bottom ash out of coal-fired power stations, and none of the recommendations were actually enacted upon by the government in terms of developing a market where this byproduct can be utilised. So we still have all the bottom ash from those facilities sitting there underutilised. Can you give us some sense of the jurisdictions you do operate in? What have they done with that bottom ash byproduct? And have they had the same issue that we are now facing, that we're potentially going to have the bottom ash from coal-fired power stations to deal with, as well as potentially the bottom ash from waste-to-energy facilities to deal with?
So the bottom ash from these facilities are processed so that metals are recovered and recycled. That's a value-add stream. The remaining mineral aggregate is inert material, and in the UK, for example, there are regulatory pathways for the aggregate to be used in civil applications. That happens today. In Victoria, there's also regulatory pathways for the incinerator bottom ash as well for the Maryvale waste-to-energy facility that's being proposed at this point in time. So there are indeed reference cases for incinerator bottom ash being reintroduced into the market in civil applications.
Well, we did hear that it could be used in road-based materials for roads, but effectively the government hasn't set up a market or a mechanism for that to occur, particularly in their own projects that they're running. So what have those other countries done specifically to promote the use of that byproduct?
Look, it's an alternative aggregate to be used in civil applications, so it's blended with other aggregate material, and that's how it's introduced into the market. So the necessary testing and regulatory pathways need to exist for that to happen. It's a matter of the government's doing the necessary, having the necessary pathway to enable that to happen. It just hasn't happened in New South Wales. I mentioned earlier it has happened in Victoria.
Can I just add to that in terms of the coal ash versus the ash coming out in terms of energy from waste? One of it is volume and the tonnages that are created by coal-fired power stations compared to the tonnages created by energy from waste, which is quite significantly less. And just going on, you asked about what have other countries done. In the UK, we no longer have coal-fired power stations, but when we did, it used to be called pulverised fuel ash, and was used in block making. And I think part of that is the difference in construction techniques is that in the UK there was a lightweight block used in construction and also a heavy block used in construction, and that material got fed into that. In fact, when the coal fires closed down, there was a real shortage of that material, and that is one of the markets that we feed into.
Mr. Banasek, can I just ask for a point of clarification
sure.
on that, please, Mr. Short? But when you're talking about the coal-fired ash and the fly ash, APCR residue from energy from waste incineration, they're different, aren't they?
Yes, my understanding of the coal ash is that the actual ash from the coal burn. APCR
and saying that the APCR is more hazardous, is considered
APCR
classified.
Yeah, APCR is considered hazardous in New South Wales and in the UK and in Victoria and in Queensland. So which is where the areas we operate in. The APCR is hazardous due to the fact it's a high lime. The high lime, as Amal indicated earlier, is injected into the flue gases along with activated carbon, and that traps and treats the acids and the contaminants within the flue gas. So it's not actually a direct result of thermal treatment. It is the treatment of that flue gas.
Right, okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Banasek.
No, that's fine, perfect. One more from me, Chair. In your submissions, you talked about how this technology essentially closes the loop. So my question is, you talked about the separation of heavy metals out of the bottom ash. What happens, or what do you propose to do with the heavy metals that you've separated out from the bottom ash? Where do they go? How are they dealt with?
I'd just like to clarify, please, that it's not the heavy metals per se. It's the iron and non-iron fractions of the bottom ash that's extracted, and that goes back to the smelters and reintroduced as iron and copper and you name it. There's a whole host of metallic compounds that's in residual waste, and waste to energy enables the recycling of that material. So it's not heavy metals per se.
Okay. And I lied, Chair, I got one more. Across the facilities that you do operate, have there ever been exceedances of emissions at any time?
I am not aware of...
I'm happy for you to take it on notice and come back to us with
I'm happy to take it on notice.
Answer.
I'm not aware of KPI facilities that have had exceedances that there isn't a reason for the regulators not approving such exceedances. But I will take it on notice and provide
regardless of whether a regulator, allows you to do it, just whether there has been any exceedances.
I'm not aware and cannot state a facility from KVI at this point in time.
But happy for you to take it on notice.
Yes, I will take it on notice.
Thank you, Chair. That's all for me.
Ms. Savelle?
Thanks, Chair. Thank you to both for appearing today. I might start with you, Mr. Judea, sorry. You mentioned earlier in the evidence, your WA facility, a waste arising contracts. Some of the concerns that we've been hearing from various submissions and witnesses has been around these energy from waste facilities requiring a certain volume of waste in perpetuity to be viable, essentially. So could you explain a bit more for the committee why that's been able to be done in WA, what the implications of that are, and whether that could be something that New South Wales could consider?
Look, it's not for me to comment on the details of the waste contracts as a technology provider. That's for the proponents to comment on. What I can say, though, is that there is confidence that there is sufficient residual waste in the market that if councils are improving their recycle rates and avoidance rates, that there is sufficient residual waste to supply the two facilities that's in WA, because it's still a small percentage of the production of residual waste in the state. So that's the message around waste arising.
And in terms of the facility in Rockingham, how far progressed is that in the local area?
Again, it's not for me to comment on that, because there are ongoing legal cases on the project. What I can say is that the project is under construction, and hopefully at some stage it will be up and running.
I'm particularly interested in, and it may not be a question for you, so I apologise. It's just that it's mentioned in your submission, obviously, this facility, and I'm just interested in what we could learn from that experience, if anything, if that's relevant. In New South Wales in particular, there's been a lot of concern within local communities about this technology. Is there anything that you could say from that WA experience or elsewhere globally that has been particularly important in ensuring that companies have that social license to operate these facilities?
As a company, we take full confidence in the regulatory process where these facilities are built. So we provide the necessary information to the regulators. It goes through a very formal health impact assessment, environmental impact assessment, and there are conditions that the facilities need to comply with. And as a technology company, we have to design our process to comply with those requirements. So I can state that the company, the technology, we design the facilities to comply strictly with those requirements and cannot exceed those requirements.
But you understand the question is more about what gives you a social license to operate within the community. Is that part of that process or within the regulatory environment, or?
Not so much for the technology provider, it's normally the proponents.
Yep.
But as technology provider, we do support proponents. As I mentioned earlier, there are numerous of these facilities overseas in high density areas, and there's no reason why it could be in high density, peri-urban, urban, regional areas. There's no restriction on that. But I think
land, I think, is probably one of the restrictions
yes,
we're facing.
but the point is that I think open-minded individuals can take comfort in the fact that these facilities are in operation, and in other jurisdictions, advanced economies as well, they go through rigorous approvals processes as well.
It might be a question for both of you now. We've also heard some concerns around the sorting processes that are involved with energy from waste to ensure that we're minimising as much as possible what we need to put through that process. Is that something that either of your companies are involved in and wish to comment on at all as part of what you do?
Maybe I take that one first. Absolutely.
Sure.
As a technology company, we fully support reuse, recycling, and only the processing of residual waste. Another core business of ours is renewable gas and anaerobic digestion, which you may have heard from other discussions, and that's also a core business of ours. As I also mentioned in the opening statement, KBR is building the largest carbon capture recovery facility, first commercial scale carbon capture facility in the UK, and that is a demonstration of the company's commitment to encourage the minimization of residual waste.
Thank you. Sorry.
I was just going to respond to that a bit as well, because my experience with our owning company, Running Waste Management, we operate an energy from waste plant and landfill, and also waste treatment facilities. And I was responsible for them. And the social license one is quite an interesting one. Is the around about 2002, 2003, I went to a protest meeting against the energy from waste plant we were proposing, and they asked us why it couldn't be landfilled. The week later, I went to a protest group about a landfill that we were promoting, and they're asking us why can't it be burnt in an energy from waste plant. And you've got to weigh the two up. Social license has to be for waste management, not necessarily just purely for the facility that's treating it.
Right.
So people, I think, as a waste industry, we don't treat our own waste. The waste we treat is the public's waste, and it's having a form that is acceptable to that public to treat that waste. And in our view, I think the energy from waste is a less, I would say, less polluting and less long-term impacts than our landfill has. So just wanted to mention that, and also the matter of pre-treatment. It costs a waste management company the landfill material. It costs the waste management company to burn material. They don't want to do it. As a company in Grunaway Management, if we could reduce the amount of waste we send to landfill or to waste treatment, to energy from waste, we do. So it's the incentive, the gate fee is the incentive for the industry to make sure that waste isn't taken to a facility that costs them more.
Yeah, that's I suppose that's an interesting point. And in what ways does that operate in reality? So what are the sort of sorting processes or diversion measures, if you like, that you might have at an energy from waste a facility, Mr. Short, to ensure that is happening?
Generally, there is a specification. Well, not generally. There is always a specification for the councils or for the commercial entities putting waste into the energy from waste plant, and that will reflect the permits they operate under. But in terms of what is the pre-treatment, most of the pre-treatment is away from the energy from waste. So we would have a number of transfer stations and recycling facilities that would try and take as much waste out of that waste stream as we possibly could. One would be materials that shouldn't be put into energy from waste, but equally we want to take as much material out that we can recover and recycle, simply because we would get a gate fee then for the recycled material, and the material going to the energy from waste plant is a cost. So it's the incentive is there just commercially. There's also, I mean, we as I say, we operate energy from waste plant, and we have a contract with the hosting council, and that has a limit about how much total their waste can come to the energy from waste. So it backfires into the council to also say, right, we need to have facilities in place to make sure that the residual waste is residual.
Thank you. I'm interested.
And it costs the council money too to put it to the energy from waste rather than recycling.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm interested in your submission, and you were sort of talking about it earlier, with regarding the treatment of APCR, and you're sort of wanting the inquiry to not automatically assume that this is toxic residue. I just invite you to expand a bit more upon that.
Yeah, it is hazardous material. APCR is hazardous. I didn't mean to say it isn't hazardous. What I wanted the inquiry to consider is the fact that there's, when people are speaking against energy from waste facilities, they often cite toxic residues. And one of the toxic residues they refer to, and I'm not qualified to speak about incinerator bottom ash, is the APCR. It is hazardous. It is, if you can imagine cement, it's an alkali like cement. It looks like cement, it handles like cement. And it has heavy metals in it, which are leachable. So APCR in itself yes, is hazardous. But if you treat it
Hmm.
correctly, then it can be used as a construction material. Now, what we do, we treat the APCR and then we go to a second stage of creating a pellet. So the treated APCR is only a proportion of the material going into the pellet, and we create limestone, and that limestone matrix holds the contaminants within. And the treatment with carbon dioxide is a known treatment of heavy metals, and it makes them significantly less leachable from the product itself. If you put water on APCR, heavy metals leach out of it. If you put water on our material, it doesn't. So it encapsulates and it changes the nature of the chemistry. So I just what I wanted was the inquiry to think, well, when people talk about toxic residues, yes, there's toxic residues, but they can be treated.
And so, in terms of that, the hazardous or toxic, whichever word you want to use, in terms of that material, and I note obviously examples here where you've got this technology in the UK. How far advanced is that, and what evidence do you have to support that it is not hazardous and it's being used in production in industry as a construction use?
We treat probably 35% of APCR that's created in the UK.
Mm-hmm.
We treat about 300,000 tonnes and create around about 750,000 tonnes of aggregate. We have human health and ecological risk assessments through in the UK, and we are developing them in Australia. So we've got an HHERA for bound material of use of our aggregate, and so that would be in concrete blocks, concrete, asphalt, and we're now developing one in Australian standards for unbound, which would be for road base, etc., and for engineering materials. So in the UK, our material is used in concrete blocks, it's used in sub-base, and it's used in concrete. So we have quite an evidence of our material being used in the UK. And I would say that for a concrete block, for example, because of performance standards of the concrete block, it's the physical rather than the chemical, we use up to about 25%. So a lot of our material is blended with other materials, either raw virgin materials or mixed with crushed concrete for use thereof. And the added advantage of that, and also the use of the IBA, is that it negates the need for virgin materials to be used.
Yep.
So there's a benefit there as well.
And so how long has that technology been in place in the UK? How long have you been using these sort of concrete blocks, I guess?
Commercially, we've been using it since 2011.
2011, was that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it is backed up, and there are a number of papers that have been written about mineralisation and carbonisation.
Thank you.
So it is I suppose an understood. We were the first to commercialise it rather than actually first to do it.
Okay. And in terms of it there being a degree of academic rigour around the safety, your evidence is that there are papers to support that. Perhaps
to support the technology.
Yeah, perhaps on notice, if you could provide the committee with some of those examples, that would be helpful. If that's okay.
Okay,
Yep.
and
Thank
that's
you.
our time up. Thank you both very much for appearing and your evidence. Obviously, we've requested some documentation from you, so the Secretariat will be in contact with you in order to obtain that, and in relation to any further questions that we might have, and provide in written form. So thank you both for appearing today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And good morning, and thank you for making the time to give evidence today. Could you please state your name, position, title, and swear an oath or affirmation?
I'm Hugh Durrant-White. I'm the New South Wales Chief Scientist and Engineer. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Professor. Would you like to begin by making a short statement?
Yes, we have some involvement in my office in energy from waste. In 2020, we prepared and produced a report for the then Minister of the Environment, which essentially looked at the opportunities in energy from waste. We designed a process and a procedure which I believe was adopted by the EPA, we then had a second engagement last year for the current Minister for the Environment, Penny Sharp, in which we reaffirmed, I guess, the views that we held in 2020 and also addressed 3 additional technical issues to do with the way that data was sampled, the uncertainty in data, and also something called slip ammonia, which is a result of things that are processed or reprocessed using ammonia. That's it.
Okay, well, I might go to questions then immediately on what's apparently being processed and what may or may not be occurring with it or intended to occur with it. You'd be aware that for the Parkes facility alone, with some 700,000 tonnes of proposed waste every year being sent out, that according to the proponents directly, that will generate 120,000 to 150,000 tonnes of bottom ash and as much as 25,000 tonnes of fly ash. And fly ash is considered a hazardous material, is it not?
Yes.
And what is your understanding or view of what will happen to that specifically, the fly ash? The bottom ash is a different proposal in terms of the potential for use as a aggregate and road base, etc., but limiting ourselves to fly ash and how it will be addressed.
So again, a lot of the details for that were outlined in our original layout for what should happen in the energy from waste industry. I assume that the committee have seen this. We said it right at the outset that, if you like, the efficacy and also the operational limitations on energy from waste facilities will depend significantly on the input stream. And I think if there was a concern we would have, it's the fact that there are relatively few input streams of the right kind of quality in New South Wales to make arguably more than 1, at most 2 facilities viable. In that sense, we're pretty clear about that. However, we also said that the operation of these facilities can and should be considered as if they were any manufacturing facility generating waste, both in terms of air pollution and in terms of solid waste, as no different from any other facility, whether it was energy from waste or manufacturing or whatever. Because there are already procedures and guidelines and everything in place which are the best that there is or the most stringent that there are in the world, okay, for managing that waste from these facilities. And we reaffirmed that in our 2025 submission.
But that still suggests that as a hazardous waste material, it has to be dealt with in a hazardous waste facility.
Yes, but there are procedures existing in the EPA to deal with hazardous waste from any facility, not just an energy from waste facility.
And I understand that.
Those are the things which should guide this. So there's nothing clear and differentiable about energy from waste than there is from any other facility, which might also generate ash.
I understand, but what I'm saying is that the additional material that is going to be produced potentially from these energy from waste incinerators will need to be dealt with at a hazardous waste facility. And so my next question to you is, how many hazardous waste facilities are there currently in New South Wales, and what's their capacity direction in coming years?
Yep. So I'll answer the first half first. Yes, and there are guidelines that fly ash must be dealt with in the way that EPA specifies in its existing legislation. The second part of the question, I do not know how many hazardous waste facilities there are in New South Wales.
Okay. My understanding is that they're relatively limited, and so that is potentially an issue in terms of the tonnage that we're talking about and how much more may need to be addressed into the future. Do you think that this is something that then, given that you aren't aware of those facilities, or what they should or can be addressing in the capacity, and I can tell you that it's actually according to the EPA that it's saying hazardous waste landfill is currently under significant pressure. Does this require more analysis as to what will happen in terms of the output, how it will be addressed, and the capacity of these existing facilities to deal with it?
Quite possibly, but I should perhaps be clear about the role that we have in this. We are an organisation that really looks at the technical issues that are involved, and clearly we get approached to provide technical advice. We have not been approached to look at, for example, the scale of these waste facilities, and we can be, but then effectively the minister would need to actually ask my minister to make that happen.
Okay, but that certainly can be
Yes.
something that could evolve from that. And are you aware, and it may be outside your purview, but are you aware, my understanding, and again from discussions with the potential proponents, is that the material, the fly ash specifically, 25,000 odd tonnes from Parks alone, will then have to be transported back to Kemps Creek, which is one hazardous waste facility. From your professional experience and viewpoint, does transporting waste, those significant distances to begin with, almost 700 odd kilometres, then needing to be brought back to the greater Sydney region after it's all been dealt with, is there the potential for issues in that regard?
So let me do this in 3 steps. First step, when we did the original thing, we actually were well aware of the dilemma of the fact that, truthfully, the waste exists in areas like Sydney. And to be honest, it wasn't a great plan to ship it to a faraway place and have it processed. And, it made a lot of sense, truthfully, to do that near where the waste was generated. There were additional issues associated with that. To be honest, the constraints on emissions for plants in Sydney were often lower than the ambient conditions in the air and things like that. And also, clearly, there is a social licence issue, building facilities like this near where there are high density populations. Having said that, we were aware that people were proposing them out, at parks and potentially other locations, in the regions. And it wasn't, if you like, within our terms of reference to say whether that was a good thing or a bad thing or anything else. I think you're now seeing that issue. You can take it out there, but you also have to ship the waste out there, and that itself involves a range of different issues. And originally, when these were economic development areas, so Parks was in that category. There was a word for them which has slipped my mind at the moment, and Wagga Wagga and a number of other places. They were also going to be recycling centres in the sense of what came out of that waste stream and so on. I would agree with you that then shipping the highly toxic waste back to some other processing facility near an urban population does not sound like a very sensible thing to do. And it would be more sensible to put a facility like that where you're actually processing the waste to start with. Having said that, as an engineer, we quite regularly transport material which is not healthy. Let me put it that way. Everything from nuclear waste in other countries, not this one, to a number of other things. So it's not at all an engineering issue to ensure that it is in high integrity enclosures, that it runs on tracks, which have clearly very high safety margins and so on. So those is known technology. Is it being applied in this case? I do not know, because I'm not part of. We don't review the designs or anything like that associated with particular things. I would imagine, however, to affirm what you were saying, that frankly it would be easier to have done this processing where you actually burn the waste to start with.
And on the basis that there is, and as we've heard again today, the need for there to be other facilities even to treat that residue before it can be transported or dealt with or put into other uses. So it's not just the energy from waste facility. It does require other treatment plants, areas, etc., in order to deal with what comes out of it.
I would agree. Having said that, I would imagine there was a good reason, economic probably, for companies wishing to do that type of processing somewhere else. Either because they run other facilities, or there is an existing facility, or for some other reason. But I'm not privy to any of that information.
Okay. And just coming to your point that you made in your opening statement about from your original 2020 report,
yep.
And the fact that now in 2025, that was an update rather than another comprehensive review?
Absolutely.
Yep.
So we were asked to review this, but really our statement was this stands.
Right.
All
So
right?
what
but
you're
we
saying
were
is...
asked some very specific questions in addition, which we provided separately, and they were really to do with the averaging period for data. So that's important to understand, pollution levels, the uncertainty in that data, and what would be acceptable and how that is dealt with elsewhere in the world. And the last one was to do with ammonia emissions. Okay.
And again, using your word, that you said that you essentially reaffirmed your 2020 report. So you don't believe that anything has changed in almost 6 years.
Correct.
From what you'd first said. What about the fact that European requirements have become stricter? Is that the case? They haven't.
No, in fact, we went through both the American and the European ones, and in fact, nothing has changed in that time period. And in 8 out of 10 categories, our requirements are more stringent than anything else that's out there.
Yeah, certainly.
Thank you. I had a very relevant question. Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to ask it now.
Sure.
Thank you for the table that you provided in your written submission with all of the various limits. This was very helpful.
Yep.
I was specifically interested in the proposed US amendments.
Yes, I've seen those.
Because the existing US guidelines are very old. They're dated 2006, and specifically for metals, so for mercury, cadmium and thallium. The New South Wales Energy from Waste Policy Statement 2021 limits are an order of magnitude greater than those proposed US limits. So I was interested specifically in that question and why we've gone with a limit that's so substantially higher.
Well, because we are still below the limits that people are actually using and have set at the moment. The US ones that have been proposed for some time now, and they've not been accepted. So they have not been implemented. And they are not passed in legislation. They don't exist in the US, they are proposed.
Yep.
And they've been proposed for a long period of time.
So I imagine that the same reasons that they were proposed in the US would be the same reasons that they might be proposed or considered here.
I suspect that one of the reasons that they have not been agreed to, all right, is that they are at levels that are not either not technically achievable or not warranted relative to, for example, ambient conditions of these metals.
So when you say it's not technically achievable...
I said maybe, all right? I'm not saying it isn't.
Okay, but it's possible that we're agreeing to limits that may still be harmful to health or the environment that haven't been technically achievable in other jurisdictions.
So the answer to that is no. These levels in this table here that are set in New South Wales are not specifically for energy from waste. They are in general for any manufacturing plant that you wish to put out there. These are the air limit and solid rate limits for everything. And if you look at them, they are entirely consistent with those that are set in Europe and the US at the moment, entirely. And it may be that those are set, and I do not know, I would have to go back and do some additional research. They are set at that levels because, in effect, those are ambient conditions. All right? As an example, this is not metals, but one that I am familiar with, the NOx argument, the limits on NOx, are actually exceeded in Sydney before you even put a manufacturing facility there. Do you understand what I mean? So the ambient conditions are actually higher than the limits of output from the plant. That may be the case. I would have to do other research, all right, to be the case with metals. So that may be where they are, and also why the new limits in the US have not been accepted, because effectively they would be unachievable just because the ambient conditions are higher than the limits that you're actually imposing.
Thank you. With apologies to the chair, because I know I butted in. I have a fault.
No,
this is going exactly where I
I'll
was
come
going
back
to ask.
anyway. That's
Thank
fine.
you.
That's fine.
I appreciate that. I also wanted to ask this question about ambient conditions and baseline testing.
Yep.
Are you satisfied that current baseline testing would allow monitoring of emissions to actually determine whether future contaminants are from that facility or not?
Yes, and let me be careful here. One of the requirements in the original guide, this one-page guide as to how you should set up a plant and everything else, was a measurement process where the sensors were located, okay, which are governed and so on. And then the sensors are located, for example, on the emissions towers or in the residual flues and places like that, and that it had to be based on an existing and proven design. All right, so you could not build a facility that had not already been built somewhere else with those measurement techniques. Okay, so the answer is yes. Plus or minus the error that we expect in the sensors, and I can come back to that in a minute if you like, we would expect it to measure exactly what the output level is from the facility in terms of emissions, averaged over a period of half an hour to an hour. Okay, so there is an argument about over what time period the data should be averaged, because you will or will not necessarily get peaks within that hour, if you see what I mean. And the fact that the errors on the sensors are allowed to be plus or minus 20% within a 95% error bar. Does that make sense?
It does, and what I'm really trying to establish, and I suppose I'm speaking from the experience of having chaired an inquiry into metals mining, where we looked at a number of contamination issues, where the operators of these mines will immediately use the defence that all these things are present in soil naturally, and it took an extended period of time for the EPA to then issue significant fines to one of the operators who we had questioned. There's been a suggestion around the use of chemical biomarkers to ascertain the source of pollution, so to differentiate that question between ambient conditions versus pollution from the facility. Is that something that you've considered?
You could do that. I would suggest to you that if you are literally making the measurements at the point of emissions, and if you're looking at airborne pollutants, those airborne pollutants are going to disperse potentially a significant distance from the facility itself. So you're better off measuring it in the flue than trying to put a lot of measurements in an environment where it will be spread or aerosol elsewhere. So I would have said that was a good enough measurement. You could measure it in other ways. You could have biomarkers, but there are other ways of marking things as well. Or you could have a measurement a priori of what the environment levels were in terms of pollutants before you actually had the plant operating, right? And that would also give you a baseline to measure against.
And last question, sorry, Chair, you've been very patient with me.
No, these are good questions.
We've also had conflicting evidence from different witnesses around the feasibility of continuous monitoring of emissions at the source. Is this something you've looked at and have a view on?
Yes, we have looked at it and we don't foresee any issues at all. The only issues were to do with the averaging. Okay, so that was something we had to re-look into for the second report, because there are quite significant variations. So some averaging appears over a day, all right, and some only over half an hour. And what would be the right level at which to do this?
Yeah, thank you. So notwithstanding that kind of reporting or compliance
that's right.
period,
No,
it's technically feasible to do
absolutely.
continuous monitoring.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Roberts?
I'll leave that to you, Chair. You're doing a very good job.
Thank you. So just to come back to the point then about some data analysis on that, Professor. So the data that we're relying on here for these proposed projects in New South Wales are all international data points.
Yes, in two ways. So one is the actual numbers that they have to adhere to, all right, are best practice globally, okay? The second part is, in the guidelines, they have to build something that effectively has already been built. Okay?
And what about the questions and the concerns that have been posed around insufficient long-term data, both in those comparisons internationally as well, and certainly the complete lack of it here? This is the first part of my question, and then the second part of that is we had it suggested by a witness earlier today that there's no public records on monitoring data from the Perth facility, so you haven't been able to look at or address the Perth facility in that regard?
From what I understand, and let me just check, I apologise.
No, cool.
Yeah. As far as we understand, actually, I'm going to have to. I would have to take that on those.
That's fine.
But I have here operating question mark for both of the WA facilities.
Okay.
All right. So it's not yet clear that they are operating in a normal mode.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
So
that's what has
so
previously
I
been
suspect
suggested.
that's why there's no data. Having said that, there's plenty of data for all the ones operating in Germany, Denmark, and a lot of other places, right? Although again, let me put a small caveat on that. It depends significantly, of course, on the input feed. What is the waste you're putting into the plant? And truthfully, Germany and Denmark are much, much better at sorting their waste than we are.
And I mean, that's one of the points that has been raised consistently as well, the need for better harmonisation of our waste management strategy in terms of separating and resource recovery. And we just heard from the last witnesses, lots of discussion about how they're going to be doing that to make sure that it's getting to the best levels possible, obviously for them from a economic viability point of view.
Yep.
But we still have quite a bit of work to do in that regard, don't we?
We do. I mean, we had, I remember, a circular economy strategy that was delivered at about the same time we delivered this.
Yep.
I've not heard much more from it in the last 5 years. But you go to Denmark and Germany and they separate things out at source into 10 to 15 different categories. And at the moment, we're just putting everything into one bin.
And what about evidence from the international perspective as well? And again, it's conflicting what I've read in various reports and information. Some suggest that that energy from waste facilities aren't actually contributing to better resource recovery, and others are suggesting that there's the international examples where it's absolutely helping with resource recovery and circular economy. Do we have actually a tried and tested position on that?
There are several interrelated factors there. I mean, it's true to say in Europe that they are much better at sorting from source than we historically have been here. And also it is the case that they have got better with sorting in time. So a number of energy from waste facilities I'm aware of in Germany have actually had to shut down because there is no feed, because they are now sorting things better. Having said that, the ones that still operate and have been operating have certainly contributed significantly in a positive way in terms of eliminating waste and eliminating effectively emissions from waste in other ways. So they've been positive in that sense in general. And I'm sure you've all seen the picture of the, ski resort on top of one in Denmark, right?
But I am interested to hear that as well. So the ones in Denmark have closed because they haven't had the waste stream needed to keep them at operational capacity.
Certainly the ones in Germany. I'm less sure about the ones in Denmark.
Sorry,
I know
Germany.
of ones in Germany
Yep.
that have shut down because there is no more flow. Okay. And I said at the very beginning, even in New South Wales, we have very limited. It would be hard to justify more than 1 or 2 energy from waste plants.
In any of your analysis, have you been tasked with or have you looked at the reasoning and the justification as to the 4 sites that are currently listed to host
No.
the potential for such projects?
No, and we would never be asked to do that. As I said, we provide technical information. We do not provide policy.
And so there's no, but I'm not talking about from a policy perspective. I'm talking about the technical aspects of, I guess, the regional locations versus city or other locations. The technical, why would it be suitable for a regional area and not suitable for a city area in terms of the technical specifications?
No, we've not been asked to, and I think were we asked, I think we would turn it down. We would not try and answer that sort of question. I think it's a bit beyond our purview.
Okay, and I'm just going off the top of my head because I don't have it, and I may have it here in my information, but there was something specified in your original report around that, or around the travel distances or the regional aspect. I just don't have it to hand.
Yeah, there's a second table which is about the input, all the inputs that go in and how they need to be specified, and there's a transport component to that.
Okay, so on that, and again, what's been the breadth of that analysis in that regard? Do you get to look at the technical components of potential impacts of those transport movements, the additional transport movements? None of that.
No,
That's
no.
not within.
It's all about the material.
Yep,
and
how it will
the
be.
impact that would have on emissions.
Yep. Okay. I probably have some more, but I'll go to Ms. Saval to have a chance here
Thank
as well,
you.
and then.
Look, thank you, Professor Durrant White, for appearing today. My question is probably quite simple in nature, in terms of what I see as the 2 technologies for dealing with waste that we have at the moment here in New South Wales, at least of any sort of scale. Those 2 being landfill or energy from waste facilities. Is that a correct characterisation of your understanding of the waste landscape here in New South Wales?
With the exception of the recycling, yes.
Yeah, well, of course.
Yeah.
And things like the food organics waste schemes.
Yep.
That being the case, if we were to stack the 2 up together, landfill versus energy from waste facilities, which is it that are, generally speaking, more harmful to the environment, would you say? I know that's it's not an easy answer, but...
Well, you have a pile of waste, it comes in, you would ideally like to recycle as much of it as you can, and that's a technical and an economic issue as to how much you do in that area. I think of that, you should burn what you can, right? Because that is then controlled in terms of the way that the emissions and the residues come out. When you put things in landfill, that's it. You really can't do much else. That is as challenging in a social license sense, as challenging in a potential emissions sense, and so on. Yeah.
So is energy from waste safe, or at least as safe as landfill?
Yes.
Would you say it is, by current standards, in many instances safer?
Based on European experience, yes.
And the parameters that we have for sort of approving or permitting it here in New South Wales, they are of that standard, of that European standard?
They are better than any of them globally, as I've said a few times.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. In terms of the your comments earlier in your opening remarks about the input streams,
Yes.
I'm interested in perhaps a bit more of your explanation around that, because I think we are confronted with this, what we see as a waste issue and running out of landfill, and obviously the projections of, you know, there not being any available landfill after 2030. But then on the other hand, you're saying that perhaps there is a lack of sufficient input stream to justify more than one or two energy from waste facilities.
Well, it comes back to my answer for your earlier question. You know, you have a waste stream.
Yes.
You can't burn all of it.
Yes.
Because there are stuff which just makes no sense to burn.
Mm-hmm.
It produces no energy,
Mm-hmm.
or, you know, potentially, you know, is difficult in other ways.
Mm.
And so you have to put that in landfill. But you really would like to burn as much as you can.
Sure.
The waste stream is a matter more than anything else of consistency.
Okay.
So you have to effectively design your facility to burn a particular class or classes of waste, and you have boundaries on those sort of conditions. If you exceed those boundaries, you give it something that it's not used to burning, it won't burn it properly, and then you are in all kinds of grief. So the waste stream pit is, do we have the consistency at scale of a particular subset of waste that we can actually burn it efficiently and safely, okay? So that, and the rest of it effectively goes to landfill, or is that just not sustainable enough? And, you know, in the end, we have a role, you know, I mean, although we think we have a lot of waste, we don't have as much as Europe.
This is
You
true.
see what I mean?
Yeah. In terms of other innovative technologies or solutions to dealing with waste, I'm aware of and attended wasn't recently, it was probably 2 years ago now, one of your breakfast series seminars where I think it was Macquarie University presented on the amazing Galeria caterpillar.
Yes.
I'm interested in whether there is more of that work underway, whether there are other examples that you could speak to, obviously acknowledging that perhaps we're not quite there in terms of scale, but, you know, what other solutions are there that are out there?
So it's a very good question. Look, there are a lot of things going on, you know, and it's not just caterpillars. It's areas like, you know, synthetic bacteria.
Yeah.
You know, so you these days can design bacteria to remove or to eat effectively different types of waste and convert them into something useful like fuels, you know, which are much more efficient, or into some other category. And there's a lot of work happening in that area. In fact, Macquarie Park holds some of the best people in the world in designing bacteria or redesigning yeast, for example, to process waste in particular ways to produce interesting outcomes, right?
Yeah.
That is a great thing to do. Again, probably one of the challenges that we have is our waste is very varied. And bacteria, you design them to really eat one kind of thing, right? So where we've been really good at is, for example, bacteria to eat, you know, cyanide, lazened gold, as an example. That's a pretty good way of doing things, right?
Yep.
And overseas, you know, the company I'm aware of in Macquarie Park designs a lot of bacteria for Brazil, because they have a lot of, you know, woody vegetation leftovers and things like that they used to burn, and now they can actually use it to convert it into fuels of other types and that sort of thing. So it can be done. Is it going to be done in my lifetime? Maybe not. We'll see.
But at least not in the next 3.5 years.
But it's not,
and
also be careful, because it's not a magic.
No.
Not a thing. You know, I mean, I think it's something we need to keep our eye on, and we will. But I don't think it's going to solve the immediate problem of energy from waste or whatever else it may be.
It's fascinating nonetheless.
It is.
So.
It is. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Caterpillars, get some.
I know.
Check.
They're amazing. Thank you. That's all I have, Chair.
So on that, Professor, is there anything further that you feel that the committee should know or should be taking into consideration in the absence of a submission as such? Anything that you feel that we should know that could better help our deliberations as well?
No, I mean, in terms of the terms of reference, there are some specific things around the specific sites, which I'm not really able to comment on. But in terms of the general design of energy from waste facilities and the fact that those exist in multiple places and have been operating effectively. I think that's worth taking into account. But I do think the market limitations that we have in this country are a challenge. And I think, that I'm sure proponents, they have to abide effectively by the way that we've laid out these things here. Everyone needs to make sure that they do indeed abide with those. I think the measurement questions that Amanda asked are on the money, and that probably needs to be thought through carefully. But I think those are probably the main pieces.
Okay, and just on that, and again, this may not be a question that you're able to answer, but coming back to the point that you just made there about the market and competition, that is an element of it as well. Obviously, when if we're talking about 2 facilities as opposed to 4 facilities, we're talking about 2 proponents. It's a limited market that we are discussing.
Yes, I would agree, but one would expect the market to figure that out themselves. You wouldn't go into a market that's already saturated, I hope. And also, the reality is we also ourselves personally, on the street level, have to get better at sorting our material out. Probably it would be the most effective thing we could do would be solving that problem, actually.
And that, of course, also requires significant investment and
Agreed.
Education and awareness. So just one final one then. What about the fact that, and you admitted earlier, acknowledged earlier, that it was an update that has been provided to your original 2020 report. The calls for there to be an entirely new review conducted, given it's 2026, even the proponents admit that should they get the go-ahead tomorrow, it would take them 4 years before a facility could be up and operational. Do you personally feel that there is a need for a comprehensive new review in 2026?
So I don't believe anything substantial has changed since we wrote this original report. There's been no changes globally in requirements. The designs are the same. ... This is not an area which is, innovating hugely at the moment over the last 20 years, I would say. So I don't foresee any need to do that. There are, as we did in the update, there are occasionally additional questions that need to be answered that have come up. For example, measurement and things like that, and that I can see. And I will again emphasise that everything we've suggested in the original report relied on legislation that the EPA already held. So we were not proposing that there needed to be new, separate legislation for energy from waste, because in the end it is like any other, like another power plant or whatever, it still needs to satisfy the same output conditions, which are as stringent as they need to be.
But the EPA, and even in the framework that they're developing right now, that's not about emissions. I mean, they're not looking at emissions and the technical specifications of that like you are. Theirs is more the framework on how it will be rolled out. Is that accurate?
Let me try and be careful here. I'm not good at being careful. We very deliberately put everything you need to know to build an energy from waste facility on one page. Okay?
It's very small.
It's very small writing, I admit. But I mean, our objective was not for EPA to skirt around this, designing new frameworks, new ways of doing things, or anything else. You start here, and you work through to here, and then you're done. And that was the idea. And okay, we had the input conditions, but the same thing applied, one page. Yep. It should be not confusing, straightforward, and using existing legislation and processes and so on and so forth. I would be reluctant for them to think that there needed to be some additional piece on top of this when this is entirely numeric. I can put numbers and KPIs on everything in here, and it's not open for an opinion. And so I don't want EPA to just have their own opinions.
So we don't need to muddy the waters any further, given how much information there is.
I will try and be careful again and say absolutely, I agree with you.
And so the best way to address that, in your professional view, would be the further refinement or additional questions that could be
Correct.
added to, or if there are gaps in that
Yes.
that haven't been looked at, as I referenced a little earlier today, that would be the
agree.
most effective way to highlight further concerns rather than something separate and trying to start from scratch.
Yes, agreed. Yeah.
Okay, well that's
Can I just
Dr.
jump in on
Collins.
one?
Oh,
Just
yeah, sure.
in listening
We've
to
got
the
some
to the
time.
evidence, another question's occurred to me. You mentioned the air in some metropolitan areas already exceeding limits for nitrogen compounds, which
Yep.
is very sad. One thing that hasn't yet been explained to this committee in an explicitly clear way is how these 4 precincts have actually been identified. Is it possible that this is because these are areas close to Sydney that actually have very lovely clean air and therefore, I don't want to say the word capacity, it feels horrible, but capacity to be polluted and meet standards?
Again, the specific sites and the choice of the specific sites we were not at all involved in.
Okay.
It's just, I mean, you can go out to public data and look at the NOx levels, you know, next to the M7, M4 intersection, right? And it will be higher than these.
Thanks.
I'm sure there's something else that's following on from that that's percolating in my
I have
mind,
lots
but
of follow-up questions, but not for you. Thank you.
well, thank you, Professor. And I think we did we take suggestions, some questions on notice or further information, but either way, the Secretariat will be in
That's
touch
good.
around all of that. So thank you for your evidence and
My
your time
pleasure.
today.
Okay.
That's what it was going to be. Whether it needs to be a question that's added. joining us on this wet Monday afternoon. Welcome to each of you, and thank you for taking the time to give evidence today. Could each of you, starting from my left, state your name, any title? You can't hear?
Not very easily.
Okay.
Thank you.
Try that. Could each of you please state your name, any position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation?
Yes, thank you. I am Alexandra Barrett. I'm Emeritus Professor of Public Health at the University of Sydney and a member of the Sydney Knitting Nanas. I'll take an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Okay. My name is Keela Lam, and I will give an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
My name is my name is Kathy Gill, and this is my affirmation. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Now, would each or any of you like to make a short opening statement?
Yes, I will make it.
Mm-hmm.
Ready? Sydney Knitting Nanas and Friends is a group of citizens working to safeguard our land, air, and water for future generations. The energy from waste proposal has many problems. We would like to highlight three. Firstly, health risks. Incinerators, even new generation ones, release particulate matter, air pollution, which is detrimental to human health generally. Incinerators are worse because of the emissions of toxins, including known teratogens and carcinogens. Health literature leads us to conclude that while new incinerators may be less harmful, we cannot be assured that they are safe to be located near residential and food production areas. 2, social licence is absent. We have seen how the Sydney proposals met with much opposition and ultimately failed. Now the proposal is moving further west to a less dense population. But every proposed area has water sources and food production, which will receive these toxic particulates, and that food and water will be consumed by the people of New South Wales. Communities do not trust incineration, and they will resist them. Incinerators, like other combustion power plants, make CO2 emissions. The New South Wales Net Zero Commission has already reported that New South Wales will have trouble meeting its net zero targets and its obligations under the Paris Agreement. Incinerators are very inefficient sources of electricity. New South Wales instead must make clean energy from renewables. Yet we agree New South Wales has an acute waste problem. So what is the solution? Energy from waste is the opposite of a solution. It will perpetuate a linear system of waste production and management. The only genuine solution is to urgently address waste at its source, with strong zero waste legislation together with extended producer responsibility legislation. We know this can work. For example, container deposit legislation in place in South Australia produces clean, separated materials facilitating high-value recycling, in contrast with a contaminated material from commingled recycling. Extended producer responsibility legislation makes manufacturers legally and financially responsible for their packaging and products at end of life. New South Wales has implemented such legislation for batteries starting in October this year. We urge the New South Wales Government to use this as a wider template. Hundreds of cities across Europe and more around the world are adopting zero waste policies. We have brought with us detailed information on how zero waste can be achieved within 10 years. In conclusion, energy from waste with more pollution, more health hazards and more carbon emissions is not a solution. It's just a raft of future problems. It may seem easy to look away from those problems, but history would not look away from decision makers who left mountains of toxic ash for decades to come. We urge the New South Wales Government to adopt zero waste and producer responsibility legislation as the only safe, sustainable solution.
Thank you. Dr. Conn, I think we can start with you.
Sure. Thanks so much for making the time to be here, and I'm particularly interested in the alternative solutions that you're talking about, and I'm sure if you've been following the inquiry, many of the proponents of these incinerators justify them with the argument that we don't have better alternatives to reduce or deal with residual waste. You talked about product stewardship and extended producer responsibility. Do you have any examples you could speak to, in other Australian jurisdictions or overseas, or where those kinds of schemes have been put in place and what they look like?
Over to you, Gillian.
I was born in 1943, before the invention of designed obsolescence. So everything that was made when I was young was made for long life and repair, or it could go back into the earth without causing any problem. I lived overseas in Malaysia for 17 years. I went there before they had any plastic, and I watched the embrace of consumerism in that society. When I came back to Australia, I realised in 1993, through the earthworks course that the EPA offered, that what we're doing is wrong. What we're doing is making things for short life and to throw away. There is an excellent series of videos by Annie Leonard called The Story of Stuff, and if you haven't seen them, they're really excellent. They describe firstly the linear system that we have in place. So I got involved in, at that time when I came back, and I got involved in the area where I live in Balgala. They had a dairy, and every morning the big dairy truck would come in, the big container truck would come in, and there would be people employed to sterilise bottles, refill the bottles, and the other people to deliver the bottles and collect the empties and bring them back. That is the perfect example, because each bottle, after about 100 uses, would be so scuffed they would send it just down the road here to the glass factory to have closed loop recycling of glass. It's really, really efficient. And so that glass remained in the system forever, and each bottle would be used about 100 times, and the cost of the bottles would be a fraction of a cent. And it was Coca-Cola who brought in the idea of getting cheap plastic that's made to throw away, putting the onus on the community and the cost on the community, whereas it had always been industry's responsibility and cost.
May I add to that with an example from the healthcare sector? So part of my role is giving advice about decarbonising the healthcare sector, and at the moment state governments and the Commonwealth Government is on a pathway towards eliminating waste in the hospital system, which generates currently enormous volumes of waste. And the aim is to get rid of the waste by moving up the waste hierarchy. So number one, reduce, and number two, reuse. And what that means is that instead of having a disposable laryngoscope, for example, that you have a reusable one, which then gets used and sterilised and used again. Same thing, it can be used over and over and over again. And that is the way that the hospital system is going. They are very keen to phase out as soon as possible the single-use plastics. And this is effective and cost-effective. So there is an upfront cost because you have to buy the reusable equipment, but over 100 or 200 uses, it actually becomes cheaper. And so there's an economic incentive to do it. It also will reduce carbon emissions as the grid becomes increasingly decarbonised, because then it will have a lower footprint than using the single-use disposable items.
Nitrous oxide. That's a
And-
really good one.
I'm not sure that's directly relevant though.
I might add, also, I think you asked for an example, and I can't name one example, but the research I was doing was the zero waste cities, and across Europe, 500 cities at this stage are taking up and are on the path to zero waste. And not only in Europe, across America too, where I could see in some of the cities in America, and like I'm happy to give you the references to these, but I don't have them with me now, where they set the targets by 2030, we'll reduce it by this much, taking the steps along the pathway by 2040. So moving towards and being totally zero waste, and choosing not to have incineration. So because, as Alex said, incineration is at the bottom of the hierarchy of waste management. It is it will leave a terrible legacy with those, as we heard in the earlier sessions, the toxic mountains of ash, of really toxic, heavy metals. They might be fine particulates, but going into the air, across the land, I mean, the objections over in Matraville was, well, the high stack will solve the problem, but the research was coming through that it would spread so far, and that leaches into the land, into the water systems. It leaches right through everywhere, and therefore, it's creating more forever chemicals. So it's really the opposite of managing waste. It's
Thank you.
really kicking the can down the road and creating terrible health effects.
You mentioned some of those examples of cities overseas
Yes.
that have adopted
Yes.
some plans. It'd be great, perhaps on notice, if you could provide us
Yes,
with some of
I'd
those
be very
examples.
happy to.
Thank you
Yes.
very much.
May I? Sorry.
Certainly.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
So I'm a professor of public health. This is not my area of, waste disposal is not my area of expertise professionally. But I was reading the literature on this, and a number of things struck me. The first is that this is the health effects from incineration. The evidence around that is that it most affects women. And I hadn't realised that, I hadn't appreciated that, but the evidence is strongest for the reproductive effects. So
Are you able to provide references to
yes,
that material?
in fact, actually I've given them, I've already tabled them.
Right, so that's this information that you've presented today?
Yeah, so there's one document there which is about reaching zero waste, and there's another one which is my summary of the health effects, and there's 2 references given there. So the evidence is strongest for adverse effects, preterm birth, congenital abnormalities, and that's biologically consistent, because we know that these heavy metals, for example, that are emitted, they're known teratogens. There's also some evidence of increased risk of cancer, which also makes sense because they emit known carcinogens like dioxin. So that was one thing that really struck me, but the other thing is the second of those references that I've provided, it looks at different types of waste disposal. So it looks at incinerators, but it also looks at landfill. And those same risks are apparent, if not stronger, for landfill. So the problem can't be resolved by switching from incinerators to landfill. The problem is actually the waste. And the only way to deal with the waste safely is what my colleagues are advocating. It's zero waste. That's the path that we need to get onto for health reasons, as well as for just improving the well-being of all of us.
Mr. Roberts, do you have any questions?
No, I have no questions.
Ms. Savell.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you to you all for your time to give evidence to the inquiry and for being here today. I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions about the notion of zero waste. and Ms Lamb, your comments earlier, I indeed can remember a time when I did have milk delivered on our front doorstep in the glass bottles. And the competitions at the local school in terms of collecting the number of foil caps and who could get the most number of foil caps, which you know, in hindsight was probably also a reuse or recycling perspective. Given some of the additional, complicating factors that we have in society today around planned obsolescence, as you put it, how practical do you think it is to be able to implement some of these, what I see as largely sometimes behavioural changes that are needed to get to a truly zero waste society, given some of the timeframes and issues that we have?
Well, you have a copy of the Zero Waste in 10 years.
Yes.
That was initially written by the Waste Crisis Network at the Nature Conservation Council.
Is it from 2003? That's what it says on the front here.
I think it was from about 1995, but maybe it was. I'm not sure of the date. But I've lost my train of thought.
Apologies.
How to achieve it.
Yeah, how do you achieve it? Well, that zero waste in 10 years is pretty prescriptive.
Mm-hmm.
You can go by different products, what do you call it?
Well, the example, I think I saw you nodding even to the, you know, we've got it with batteries.
Yes, for sure.
You start at the low-hanging fruit and you move up through the system, and it does involve really, as Keela has said, legislation or regulations that really must be compulsory. And it takes a lot of education.
Yes.
So you have to get the population on board.
Yes.
You have to get the population with you. That, you know, look at the mountains of waste we're creating. But it has been created, and there's so much that can be done. There's so far to travel, but we can, you know,
I've thought of the
take
word
in
now.
hand, and it's very possible.
Yeah.
I've
to
thought
have
of the
vision.
word.
Yes.
It's sector by sector. It can be
Yes.
prescribed sector by
Yes.
sector.
Yes.
I was on the State Waste Advisory Council that Bob Carr set up. He introduced reduce waste by 60% by the year 2000. And
How's
each
that?
industry
Yeah.
was required to reduce their waste
Yes.
by the year 2000. And it was really heartbreaking because there was no requirement by industry to take responsibility. They dug their heels in, and it became, I was quite horrified to see what was happening. And they got rid of that act. They took us down to look at the Woodlawn mine, the ex-copper mine,
Yep.
the deepest hole in the southern hemisphere. On the south is Lake George, it's below Lake George. On the north is Sydney's drinking water catchment, and on the west is our farmland. And they just chucked in the towel because it was too difficult. But it is very easy when industry is required to reduce the waste. They will themselves design waste out of the process. They will design repair and reuse and upgradability and refillability into the process. In that process, once you change one product to make it long life and durable, you will also increase jobs locally, relocalized jobs that used to exist and no longer exist, like the electronics repairs, refilling bottles. There was a juice company in Queensland, and Coca-Cola went into all the little local shops and asked them to stop stocking these drinks and put in Coca-Cola. But the community stood up against them for a certain length of time because this company had refillable bottles. Now they've gone the way of the rest because people think they're saving money by buying things that cost less. But in the long run, we, the community, are the ones who are paying for the environmental damage from the amount of waste that is being made by industry, who get off scot-free and go laughing all the way to the bank, and we have our tips filling up, and now it looks like we're going to have mountains of toxic ash in replacement for having durable, long-life products that can be repaired.
And when we talked about the extended lifetime product responsibility scheme, we started off with batteries, which you obviously agree with as an approach. What would you say as the low-hanging fruit? What are your, I suppose, views or aspirations around what could be next for that?
Well, I would say the obvious things are people are very worried about microplastics, and most of the products we buy in the supermarkets are in plastic. So, I mean, even the drink companies, Coca-Cola and the beverage industry fought so hard around 2000, just before 2000, to stop container deposit legislation. If you have a meaningful deposit on things, it works as a carrot for consumers to pay that money and then get it back. If the thing has no more life, they can take it back, get their money back. For industry, if they have to pay for that product at the end of the life and there's nowhere for it to go, then they will have an incentive to design the waste out of the system. So if I remember when in 1978, I wasn't here, South Australia introduced container deposit legislation purely as a litter measure. But the people were very keen to take the bottles back, get their 10 cents, and when they took the bottles back, they were clean and sorted. During this period when Bob Carr was the Premier, Coca-Cola decided to make plastic bottles with recycled plastic inside 2 layers of virgin plastic. So where did they get their plastic from, their recycled plastic from? Not in New South Wales. We had no container deposit legislation, so people put things in their bins and they were filthy. They went all the way to South Australia, brought them back to put in their factory in Western Sydney. If industry is given the responsibility, if they're not let off the hook, they are the best people to think of the solutions. I have, over the last 30 years, thought of many solutions, and even packaging in supermarkets. I believe there's a much better way. It might not be the best way, but we could use glass, aluminium, stainless steel packaging. It could be like the Russian dolls that fit one inside the other with screw top lids, so that the supermarkets don't take up so much space when they get the return of the packaging, and then they can go back to be recycled and refilled. I mean, that might not be the best answer, there might be others, but industry will find the best solutions when they are forced, when they have no alternative.
What would you say to the scenario? Obviously, our current projections here in New South Wales are that we will run out of landfill in 2030, based on current modelling.
Of course. And when Bob Carr decided to send all our waste to Woodlawn, to me it was quite obvious. And things have got far worse now. There's way more waste now. Industry is all laughing their way to the bank.
So what do you say to a scenario? It's in a relatively short period of time, obviously 3.5 years.
Well, in 10 years, if we follow the zero waste in 10 years policy, we could reduce the waste so much that the tip will fill up more slowly. And I believe once we've got zero waste in practice, it would be beneficial to mine tips and get out all the renewable resources out of the tips. It's incredible. I can't believe I live in the Manly area. I can't believe that families put the whole household out on the footpath 1920s beautiful timber furniture, the garbage truck comes up and crushes it and sends it to the tip. People put out perfectly good clothes and shoes and electrical goods. These are all getting crushed and sent to the tip. Another solution might be, while we're getting zero waste into action, for instance with pianos and furniture, is to have a huge warehouse out in one of the dry areas where this furniture can be taken. We could employ young people to turn the furniture into other smaller pieces for smaller dwellings, and keep them until people realise that stupid chipboard products that people are tricked into buying because they're fashionable are not worth the money. And people will want to get things that are quality, long life. But we need the incentive there, and that has to be meaningful deposits and refunds. And you might think that poor people will suffer if we do that, but I was sitting in on Professor Stuart White's citizens' jury back in about 1997, I think, where he brought people from New South Wales together to talk about container deposit legislation. And they were people from all different walks of life and different education levels. And it was really interesting to see that the wealthy guy from Bronte said that 10 cents should be enough for a deposit, whereas the young unemployed woman with 2 children said it has to be more to make it worth me going all the way to return the bottles. And if you have a proper return system, you're returning clean, sorted products.
I think the writing is on the wall that we need to move towards a zero waste approach. The question is just how rapidly do we do it? But I'm just mindful of the fact that in her research, Kathy was telling us that many of these countries overseas that have installed incinerators, they have signed 40 and 50-year contracts. And the problem with that is, at the same time, their societies have been moving towards zero waste. They now actually don't have enough waste to feed into the incinerator. So I guess that's another pitfall or a trap to avoid with the incinerators. So if we're going to go to zero waste, we might as well just get our skates on and get there faster.
And I think, those contracts, I think the main focus of the terms of this inquiry really seemed to speak to me that let's see about maybe landfill versus energy to waste technology. I did see, down the line is, what else is out there. So I think just the research that our little group of nanas, great researchers as we are, there's a lot more out there to learn. To find that these cities are well on their way, I think, I would ask this inquiry to open this widely, to look at fully cost-effective, because as we saw in the last session, where's this really toxic waste going to go? Oh, says the scientist, sorry to speak like that, but just send it off to the toxic waste dump. Do we have them? Oh, well, not really. So, and what happens in the toxic waste dump? What we're creating for the future. So I think we should look, that is called a hierarchy. And there are places that have moved up the hierarchy. So there's a lot out there that we can learn, that this inquiry has not really reached out to that kind of expertise. So I would really ask the inquiry to commission greater research on the cities who have made the most progress towards zero waste. And because
what I'm trying to...
The toxic waste, we heard about it, how it's got to arrive. We know even if things are put in tailing dams, they have a way of breaking down they all break down in the end.
But I think also in the end you are dealing with ultimately human behaviour. So the single woman with the 2 children who thought that there wasn't enough of an incentive
Yes.
to return the container
Yes.
deposit, will there be a sufficient incentive within this to therefore, I mean, we're dealing with human beings. What I'm
Yes.
also concerned about is a scenario in which we run out of landfill and we haven't adopted
Yes.
well, this zero waste in 10 years is obviously, we're looking at 2030, which is not 10 years away, it's 3.5 years away and counting. So we're trying to avoid a scenario where quite literally people's red bins can't get picked up from the side of the road. And if that is a scenario that we're faced with, what do we do then?
I would like to give the example of in Sweden, they have the best whiz-bang waste-to-energy incinerator, and they can heat buildings with this, the railway station and what have you. But Sweden has introduced tax relief for people who get things repaired, and tax relief for the repairers. And they have moved in a short time so far that they don't have enough garbage to feed the greedy beast. So what do? It's just, to me, incredible. They have to import waste from England to burn in their stupid incinerator because of the contract they have. Denmark has closed some incinerators. So if they can do it in that short time, I think we can also do it. We don't want to be negative about the solution, because the zero waste solution is the only solution that we should be looking at. We don't want to invest money in something that is going to cause more trouble, and it's not cheap to build incinerators.
No.
And to sign those contracts and to, contract future generations to those costs, and to include all the cost and the madness, really, let's face it, of trucking or train, sending on the train hundreds of kilometres more waste, to include that in the embedded cost and carbon that's happening. And I realise it's like, oh my God, 3 years. We're on the train heading to the brick wall, but is it the smartest thing to go, okay, well, look, here comes an industry, we'll just sign it over to them, seems like easy. But what really are you doing? We're in a panic. They come along with a proposal, but really it's an industry by a major corporation overseas who are spruiking their goods in the third world, all over the world, giving their own answers, as we saw, or we can just put the toxic waste in the cement blocks, and it's like, yes, well, don't cement blocks break down after time,
The economics of zero waste has to be better, and the sustainability is better. It's a no-brainer that we go for zero waste, that we do everything we can to move quickly towards zero waste, and that will solve a lot of problems to our grandchildren and theirs, because they're going to have enough problem dealing with the climate change, with the increased temperature. I mean, what they're looking at is so scary. We could do this now. We don't have to wait, and we don't have to leave the legacy of toxic ash.
And I'd like to give you another link to a United Nations Environment Programme conference a couple of years ago, where the presenter said, to continue on the trajectory the world is on will cost, haven't got the figure in my mind, it was 600 billion mark, and to move to the circular economy, which we do have the ways of doing, would cause a saving of not only that cost, but saving on the other side of the balance of another 108 billion. So when you factor in all those costs, so many of those costs don't have a dollar sign on them. People's health, the environment, all those things don't come up in dollar terms, but
that you'd like to add?
they're invaluable.
Thanks, Chair. Probably just one from me. We'll see how we go depending on the answer. But look, state governments of all persuasions in the past have gone for the easy option and often tried to just ram through the easy option. They slap a state significant development label on a project and you're 90% the way of it getting green lit. So do you think if they went down that path that the EPA is trusted enough based on their track history to actually regulate the energy to waste industry as it stands? I know you don't want...
Can you repeat the question, please?
So do you have enough faith and trust in the EPA as the current regulator to properly regulate an energy to waste industry, noting that you don't want one, but noting also that governments have a way of just ramming through things that are easy?
No.
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 And all over the world, the people are waking up to the fact that it's not properly regulated, it is dangerous, and they don't want it. Nobody wants an incinerator, but very few people are giving the solution. We are aiming to give the solution. You can talk all you like about wanting to stop something, but if you've got a solution that is available, that is what we need to do.
And when you say all over the world people are waking up, are they waking up to the fact that the regulator in those jurisdictions is failing to properly regulate, or are they just waking up to the fact that these things are inherently risky in terms of human health and environment?
I think from all the experiences that we're having with all the environmental damage, we are waking up to the regulator not doing the right thing.
And I think the regulator not having the right laws to work within, so that it's probably another whole topic, but it appears that the EPA, when they stand up to a proposed industry, even if it gets appealed in court, then the EPA goes back to the industry and tries to help them find them ways to get around the laws.
From what I've seen about their behaviour in Tarago, they haven't been standing up at all. If anything, they've been quite complicit.
The EPA?
Yeah, in encouraging
it's
bad behaviour from that proponent.
Maybe we should stop political donations.
Would it be radical to say it would be wonderful to have a fully, totally independent EPA, independent of government?
I'm just looking like you want to jump in and perhaps say something.
No, I think Kathy's doing great. I've got something to add, but
I'm done.
Please add.
I'm not quite sure where your question's coming from, but I can contribute this. When I was reading the literature, there has been new standards in Europe since 2018. They're called BEST technology something or others. The manufacturers say that this means that the newest incinerators are going to be better. And I would just caution, given my 30 plus years experience in public health, I would caution against believing that, because just because something is less harmful doesn't mean that it's actually safe. Now, it may be true that the newest incinerators don't emit as much of the known toxins as the older ones. That doesn't mean that the small amount of known toxins can't still cause damage. And it also doesn't mean that there aren't new toxins that have never been appreciated before, or that even didn't exist before because they're new chemicals.
Yes.
So, to give a kind of example, they told us that vapes would be safer than cigarettes. Now, it turns out vapes are not safe. Granted, they may be a bit less harmful than cigarettes, but it turns out they have their own risks and diseases that they cause, which was not known at the time. Now, we just don't know. Like, we can't say that the newest incinerators are going to be safe. They may turn out to be safe. They may turn out to be a source of some new chemical or some new exposure disease association that's never been found before. So I guess I would just say, even if you can trust the regulator, all they can do is get companies to adhere to the standards. But the safest thing is not to emit that pollution in the first place.
Can I jump in with a follow-up?
Sure.
And I would just say too, that from hearing this morning, Madam Chair, if that's the right term, you alluded to there being like 25,000 tonnes per year of
just
this
from parks.
ash.
Just from parks.
And we were speaking to ABC Radio this morning, and our colleague was an engineer, yes, and he said it's 30% of the waste that go, so the waste goes in and 30% comes out, and it's toxic ash. I mean, it's not good.
Can I just ask, following up from Mr. Benaziac's questions to Professor Barrett, in terms of the establishing the evidence that an incinerator may or may not cause health effects for these new, supposed best practice incinerators that are being built in overseas jurisdictions, if they were causing measurable harms to human health, what would need to be done to establish that link, and how long would that take?
So I think there are two harms that have emerged from the literature so far. The first is around reproductive harms. That would be relatively quick because you get exposure and outcome reasonably, in a number of years. The other ones that are to do with cancers, that's obviously going to take much, much longer. Heart disease, respiratory disease, the same. That's going to take decades before we see whether those exposures cause those diseases. One thing, if this has to go ahead, and I really hope that it doesn't because I think it's a terrible idea, but if it does, then it would be wise to build in evaluation around it, to measure the exposures around it, and to measure health outcomes around it, to do it as an opportunity to add to the world's knowledge. That is not a reason for doing it, can I be really clear? I really don't think it should happen. With my years of public health experience, I think this is a terrible idea and it should not happen. But if it did, then that would be a way that we might be able to find out some more of that information. But it will take a long time, either here or in other sites overseas, for that information to emerge.
Thank you. And just to clarify, for these new, supposed best practice or under new standards incinerators, am I right in interpreting what you're saying, that we shouldn't be reassured by proponents saying there's no evidence of health risks associated with those incinerators
Correct.
yet?
Because no evidence of harm is not the same as evidence of safety.
Yes.
Do you have something to finish off,
Well,
Mr. Benaziac?
just to tie in with that, would it be a reasonable comparison in terms of those public health risks, in terms of not knowing what may come down the line in terms of cancers? Is it like what we're now seeing with firefighters and the involvement in terms of the cancers that they're contracting because of all the new chemicals that they're potentially breathing in when they go in to fight fires? Would we potentially see something like that evolving down the track?
I don't have my crystal ball with me, but yes, I think that's a real possibility.
Mm.
And then to make another comparison, we may find ourselves having to have a David versus Goliath fight with a international company like we had with the James Hardie asbestos
Yes.
Incident.
Yes.
Yes,
That's very
it's definitely a possibility.
Could I say, some of us attended a launch in the other parliamentary room by a group called Future Sooner, and that's a group of people who have lived in the vicinity of the our current coal-fired power stations, and the research that they've done on the cancer clusters all around their area. Some of you parliamentarians might have spoken to them, because at that meeting there were parliamentarians and there was a lot of doctors that spoke too, and they are trying to get awareness, and I think they're even considering class action at the number of cancer clusters. It's taken this long from them being in, getting the ash and the pollution from those coal-fired power stations for that evidence to fully emerge. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you all. Our time is up. I did have a couple of questions. I'll just finish very quickly on one to each of you to wrap it up. So you're not saying just no to energy from waste facilities in the regions. You're saying no anywhere.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Well, thank you all very much. We do have the information that you have tendered here. Do you want that kept confidential, or are you happy to have that published?
Can publish it. So the document about the zero waste in 10 years, that's fine.
Public anyway.
Yes. The other one, that is just my personal assessment of the health literature. Based on my professional experience, I'd rather keep that confidential for the committee only.
Okay. That's fine. That's noted. Thank you. Well, thank you all for attending and for your evidence. I think Dr. Conn did request some information, so the Secretariat will be in touch in order to obtain that from you. Thank you all for coming along.
Thank you for the time. Welcome. Thank you for making the time to give evidence today. If I could ask you to please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation.
Chris Ritchie. I'm the Executive Director within the Energy, Resources and Industry Assessments team within the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. And I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Do you have a short opening statement?
I do. So thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I thought it might assist the committee if I briefly outline the role the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure has in energy from waste. While the department is responsible for setting policy and strategic framework for planning and development across the state in areas such as housing, we do not set the strategic framework for energy from waste. Our role is to assess proposals against the energy from waste strategic framework set by the government and the policy framework developed by the New South Wales Environment Protection Authority. We have been doing this since the release of the Energy from Waste Policy Statement in 2015. Since then, the department has been involved in the assessment of several energy from waste proposals in New South Wales. This includes the current proposal by Veolia of Woodlawn near Tarago. Our team has extensive experience in assessing complex industrial proposals and in coordinating and balancing the advice received from multiple key stakeholders to ensure key issues are appropriately identified and assessed in a timely manner. In the case of energy from waste projects, we work closely with the EPA and New South Wales Health to consider air quality and human health risks, and will take advice also from the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development on matters relating to agricultural risks. As energy from waste technology is new to New South Wales, we also engage independent experts to provide advice to assist with our assessment. These experts have experience in energy from waste in both Australia and Europe, as well as expertise in human health and agricultural risk. As part of their application, applicants must demonstrate the performance of that technology by selecting an operational energy from waste plant that we can use as a point of reference. That reference facility must also use the same technologies and same waste feedstock as the proposal and be in a similar jurisdiction. The applicant must use current operational emissions data from that working facility to help us understand the air quality and human health impacts from a proposed facility. We expect them to use technologies that are consistent with global best practice, and noting the life of these types of facilities can be in the order of 25 years, we also expect that applicants commit to continual improvement with respect to emission control techniques and practices. As you know, we currently have 2 active energy from waste proposals in New South Wales. Both are state significant proposals. The department is currently assessing the proposal by Veolia at the Woodlawn Eco Precinct near Tarrago. As this is an active assessment, I'm unable to comment on our views of this proposal at this time. In relation to the Parks proposal, proposed energy from waste proposal, this is at the early stages of the planning process and a DA has not been lodged at this stage. We therefore have limited details on the proposal at this time. We have, however, issued rigorous set of assessment requirements which cover about 30 key issues, including matters relating to air quality, human health and agricultural risks, transport, amenity, and social and economic impacts. We recognise there's been a lot of community concern about the Parks energy from waste proposal and that people have lots of questions. This week, Thursday the 7th of May, we will be holding community information sessions in Parks where people can drop in and learn more about the assessment process for an energy from waste project. Our goal is to make sure the local community understands exactly how this project will be assessed, including what expert advice feeds into that assessment from both government agencies and independent experts, and most importantly, when and how the community can have their say. The department's role in this process is clear. We will assess the project on its merits as we do with other SSD applications. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
I'm just writing some of my own at the minute. Mr. Banasiak, do you want to start
I
with
can
this
throw
one?
out a few and then we'll pass on. I know you said you can't talk in any great detail about any of the 2 specific proposals, but can you tell us in your department's assessment and research whether you've heard the same evidence we have in that grain buyers may reject produce from areas that have been farmed near these facilities? Have you heard that same concern and same evidence?
Certainly going to the Woodlawn proposal and even the Parks, in terms of setting the framework for the assessment requirements for those applications, agricultural risk is one of the key issues that we have asked applicants to address. Certainly in relation to the Woodlawn proposal, we also went out and visited some landowners and some farming associations, and we certainly heard concerns around what it means for their operation, what it means for particularly how they've got to have certification and those sort of things. But in terms of rejection or of produce, we haven't heard that to that extent, but certainly concerns around what it means for farming businesses, certification for produce through domestic and international exports, etc. But certainly not in terms of things being rejected. But it is something we've picked up as a key issue, and certainly things that our independent experts will also be looking at when we get into details of those assessments.
So what were they specifically telling you about overseas certification for overseas markets?
I think there was just a concern that it could affect their produce, but not just as a general consensus, but not as a specific issue.
Okay. And can you point us to any publicly available assessment that has been done that justifies or does some sort of needs assessment that justifies why these particular areas and not other areas? So why parks, why Woodlawn, Tarago, and not anywhere else? Because we heard from the one of the proponents, they're safe everywhere. You know, we could have one next door to us in our house in Sydney, or Illawarra. They're safe everywhere. So, as your department, or is there any publicly available needs assessment that says it must go in? It's best place to go in parks, or it's best place to go in Tarago?
I mean, the decision on where the 4 precincts are located was a decision by the government, and it's not something that we just assess the proposals on their merits in terms of should they proceed to an application. But in terms of those site selections, that's not something that was something of the government, not something that we.
So your department has never been privy to why those sites were chosen.
Well, that was a government process, but certainly going to the parks SAT precinct, I think. I can get some more details around that. In 2019, there were some early strategic and master plan work where there was a potential site identified. There was no particular details around the proposal at that location. I understand that process was sort of notified. There were some consultations around it. So there was some indications in those early SAT framework, but nothing which described the actual proposal, the size of the proposal, or anything like that.
But isn't that something that would assist your department in making assessments, knowing why locations were chosen and why they may be more suitable than others? Wouldn't that be something useful
I mean, in terms of the
to have in terms of making the overall assessment as to whether that project goes ahead? Wouldn't it better inform your decision if you knew why the government was so insistent on having those or offering up those locations rather than other locations?
I mean, again, in terms of those 4 locations, that was a decision by the government. In terms of how the policy setting is now, my role is to assess those from an assessment perspective.
I accept that evidence, but I'm sort of just pressing you a bit in saying, wouldn't knowing how those decisions were made or why those decisions were made, wouldn't that help you in your assessment process?
I mean, where I sit, the assessment is more around the actual application itself, the EI, the framework of the assessment that we ask applications to address, and then I independently assess that on its merits, and then make a recommendation, a conclusion around that. But the 2 that we've got, one is lodged, but it has been on hold for a little while. The parks one hasn't commenced, so it's only got steers at this stage. But in terms of the decision, that's not something that I or the department, in the context of the 4 within the policy, we're involved in.
Okay. As part of your assessment, are you looking at potential long-term contamination risks over time? Is that something that you were including in your assessment?
So one of the paths of assessment is around the potential human health risk assessments. So we have what's called an ecotoxicological expert that helps us out with our assessments. So in terms of impacts, as I mentioned, to agricultural activities, to water supply, to farming practices, to human health, they're all issues that we assess as part of the consideration of these applications.
Okay. And just my final question before I hand back to others, just like with a lot of other large-scale industrial infrastructure, like mines, like renewable energy that have a finite time in terms of operation, are you looking at imposing decommissioning bonds or requirements on proponents as part of the assessment proposal?
In terms of the assessments at the moment, I mean, we're for the Woodlawn proposal waiting on the response to submissions. So once we get that, we'll look at those, the issues that have been raised in submissions, etc., in a lot of detail. At this point in time, I can't comment on that, but our assessment will consider the raft of issues raised in submissions. It will consider potential impacts. I'll take advice from other government agencies and our experts that we use in these assessments.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
And my questions have been covered by my colleague here.
Thank you. Dr. Conn?
Thank you. Just following up on that last question regarding the process down at Woodlawn, I know you can't speak to the department's views on the proposal, but in terms of the process, I understand you've been waiting for a response to submissions for some time now. Is there a time limit on that, or does the proponent have unlimited time?
So the Woodlawn proposal was exhibited between October and December 2022. There was a really large community response to that. There was over 600 submissions. Equally, there was a lot of issues raised by the department, other government agencies, and the experts that we use when we assess these proposals. The applicant has advised that they wanted to do more engagement, more consultation. There's actually also some changes that they wanted to do to that proposal. So when you look at energy from waste, it generates two types of ash streams. There's what's called bottom ash that falls out the bottom of the incinerating process, and then what's captured in the air pollution control residue, which is a little bit more contaminated or higher in levels of things. The applicant has sought to change the original way that air pollution control residue was going to be managed. Originally it was going to be landfilled in a cell at the Woodlawn facility, but they're looking to look at opportunities to also make changes to declassify or stabilise that material to allow it to dispose of at a either restricted or a general solid waste category. To do that has meant they need to amend the proposal, make some changes to their assessment. So what they're also looking to do is update their assessment in line with what the EPA are updating in terms of the energy from waste policy statement. The latest information we have, that's coming in September. So September this year.
Okay. And given that it sounds like substantive changes are being made to that proposal, does that then trigger reassessment by government agencies or another public exhibition period?
So technically at this stage it requires an amendment to the proposal, and we will be re-notifying that amendment and seeking additional comments in response to that amendment, but also how the applicant has responded to the issues raised in submissions.
Thank you. I had another much broader question. We had some evidence this morning around the benefits of a life cycle assessment approach, and I was wondering how that fits in with the way the department assesses proposals.
So that was actually a recommendation from, I think it was a 2018 inquiry. So it is a requirement that we have in our CERS, and it is something that forms part of our assessment of these proposals.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. Just a couple of things from that, and following on, I might go to this one first and then back to Dr. Conn's points being raised there. Now, the department had requested in writing to the committee to come and appear at one of our hearings. So was that about telling us that you don't set the strategic framework for energy from waste and that you're just assessing it? Is that the whole reason why you wanted to appear?
The reason why I wanted to appear is more to inform the way in which we assess proposals for energy from waste. I think I just want to make it clear that we have a particular setting by which we assess those proposals. That's under the energy from waste policy framework. There are emission standards that are also applied, but they are often, or they're set by the EPA, is what I wanted to just make clear. So when we're assessing these proposals, we consult closely with the likes of the EPA, and it's probably worth just stepping back a bit. So when we do assess these proposals, we do utilise a lot of independent expertise, and a lot of those experts have experience in energy from waste. And I do want to have the opportunity to explain that to the committee as well. So when we do assess these with government agencies, it's actually done in a very holistic and collaborative manner. So when we're assessing these proposals, particularly with New South Wales Health, the EPA and Department of Primary Industries, we're doing that together with those experts because we think it's important that that is understood as a whole in terms of these key issues. So the key issues being how an energy from waste facility operates, what are the potential air emissions, and then what are the potential outputs that we need to consider from a health impact or an agricultural impact. So when we do look at these, it's a very much a combined end-to-end assessment, which we do together to make sure that the various experts and agencies are able to hear and listen and ask questions as part of that assessment.
Sorry, Chair, can I just pick up
Yeah,
clarification?
certainly. Yep.
How is that process any different to the standard planning process where you have a series, you ask the departments, what do you reckon? They come back and say, we've got these concerns. You put that to developer or the proponent, and then the developer or the proponent comes up with ways that they're going to navigate those concerns. Is it any way different to the normal planning assessment process?
I think there's a couple of differences just to point out. So one is all proposals we issue assessment requirements, or SEAs, Secretary's Environmental Assessment Requirements. Proposals prepare an EIS. We do consult key agencies as part of our assessment. What's a little bit different here, but we do it sometimes with some technically complex projects like this, is we do, and in this instance, hire and engage a range of independent experts. Then when we're assessing the proposal, what I'm suggesting or saying is that we do that together. So we'll meet together. So when we're going through the response or going through key issues around whether it's air emissions or the human health, the experts and those agencies are actually in a meeting or a room together where the front end of how the proposal operates, the EPA and health are hearing that. They can ask questions because that would turn or talk to what they need to be considering and what they need to be satisfied of. So it's a little bit different to the normal situation. It's probably the most engaged and intense way in which we will assess something like this.
Thank you.
Okay. So then, with this holistic approach that you've just been discussing, crossover with all of these other departments, EPA, etc., how far along in the assessment process are you for these particular projects with that holistic overview consultation with the groups thus far?
So noting that we have Woodlawn is the proposal that's come in, it's been exhibited. I'd have to come back to you with some details, but there would have been some discussions. We would have provided there was 3 items of questions that we've asked back to the company Veolia on that. So one was, we've got all these submissions that have come in, you need to respond to those. Then there was advice and information that we'd obtained from our experts, so that went as a separate correspondence. And then thirdly, we'd gone out after the exhibition and met a number of different landholders, and we met the preschool and an agricultural association that was representative of a number of farmers in the area, and the viticulture group as well. We met them at one of their sites. Following that was a third lot of correspondence that we sent back to Veolia to address. So we're waiting on that response to come in. Once it does come in, we will then proceed to continue with that assessment and engagement approach that we take.
Okay, but the communities are saying that there's been, in their view, little to no engagement and consultation. You're suggesting that there has been.
We went out in March, I think it was March 2023 is when we went out. That was on the back of the exhibition because we'd sensed there was a lot of community response, so we went out to have a more face-to-face meeting with some of those submitters and people that had raised some concerns. There has been correspondence in, but we haven't gone back and had another round of engagement. So
there hasn't been anything since March 2023?
Not from ourselves, but certainly there's been correspondence or some discussions here and there. When the response does come in, we will seek to go back out and engage with the community again.
Okay, so that would be the normal process in terms of your timing and the assessment criteria, that you would wait for the submissions and then go back and have that community, more extensive community consultation. I mean, you're talking now about holding this community session in Parks May 7th.
So Parks
is that the normal timing?
Yeah, so Parks is a different project, but staying on Woodlawn. So what the applicant is actually doing is responding to every individual submission that's come in. Once that response comes in, the community or submitters will then review that. Then we will come in behind that and have another discussion with the community, because then that gets us to understand how the submitters feel like their issues have been responded to. Do they have more issues to raise? And is there anything else they need to be clarified or other questions that they've got, particularly in terms of how the process rolls from here or what other information they think they need. Okay. Then going to Parks. So Parks, the SEAs were issued in March this year. Yep. We are in information sessions. It's Thursday, the 7th of May, where we've got a venue booked from 12 to 7 p.m. to allow, again, anyone in the community to come and ask us any questions, to understand what the process is like, where we're at in the process, how we go about assessing these particular proposals, where we talk about the experts that we engage, probably to clarify the different role of different agencies, just to sort of make that clear, and to talk about aspects of the policy, like what is a reference facility about, what does that mean? There's also information that people can take home if they come to the session, and also there's also for both, updated information on our website that helps with clarifying energy from waste proposals, what are the key issues and how do we assess them.
Thank you. And, sorry, so I'm just making a note of that. Just coming back to Mr. Banasiak's line of questioning, that, and I understand that it's outside your purview, but when it comes to the selection of the sites, that apparently no one can give us any reasoning or basis on how they've been selected, does your assessment process take into account specifics around those sites? So we talked about an agricultural assessment, etc., but do you look at in any way, outside of the social licence of whether a community wants it there or not, but does your assessment process take into account, well, actually this site from geography or whatever isn't suitable to host a facility of this nature?
So we assess a proposal on its merits. So that includes things like its appropriateness in terms of site selection. We look at things like potential impacts on receivers in the likes of these types of projects, that is, impacts on agricultural activities, on water supply. We consider submissions that are received. We look at the policy setting. We seek advice from key agencies plus our independent experts. And then we weigh all those issues up under 4.15 or Section 4.15 of the Environmental Planning Assessment Act, and we do an assessment around that framework. Importantly here, the department will do that assessment, but the decision maker for both projects will be the Independent Planning Commission. So we'll do an assessment, we'll do a recommendation, and then we'll hand that to the Independent Planning Commission, who will then make the final decision on both projects.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, and yes, that's the first time that we've heard the Independent Planning Commission raised today, and it's a valid point. I just want to go now to one of the areas raised by Dr. Conn, and what you talked about, the potential changes in having to deal with, and I think we're all very aware of bottom ash and fly ash and the sorts of tonnage that we're talking about from parks alone, which I have raised today. So you suggested that the proponents are looking to have that dealt with or addressed or change the parameters around that. Is that what you were suggesting?
Yeah, so the original proposal for Woodlawn was to dispose of that air pollution control residue into what you call a monocell, or a cell within a cell within the Woodlawn facility. What they're looking to do is to basically stabilise and declassify that material to allow...
So when you say declassify,
Yeah,
so declassify it from what? So if we're talking about that fly ash is considered a hazardous material, if you're saying declassify it...
Yeah, sorry. There's three classifications. There's hazardous waste, restricted waste, general solid waste. General solid waste is a normal landfill, so you can dispose of it in a normal landfill. In terms of restricted waste, there's only one landfill at the moment that takes restricted waste.
And where is that?
That is at Kemps Creek.
Okay.
And then hazardous waste is its own category. To stabilise, and it's not unusual in a lot of waste operations, is you can mix it with materials, or you can use concrete or additives to reduce this classification. they potentially could reduce it to restricted or potentially come down to general. This is what we're looking for, the additional information. This is what they're seeking to do as part of that amendment.
Okay, so they want to take it from hazardous waste to restricted waste, and that
and potentially
will form,
to general, potentially. So that's what we're looking
potentially
at.
to general. Goodness me. And yes, when it comes to Kemps Creek, so does your assessment process again then have to extend out to look at the potential tonnage that's being generated, if it does remain hazardous, how that might impact on, restricted then, if that's Kemps Creek, how that then impacts on that facility, which the EPA has also said is almost at its capacity. So do you look at all of those factors as well?
So a facility like Kemps Creek that might be receiving restricted waste will operate under its own approval. So it has approval to accept restricted waste. So it's a matter of, the material will need to be consistent with that consent. So lots of different facilities take waste to Kemps Creek. I'm not sure how long it's been in operation. It's been in operation for a while. But that consent operates on its own accord and has to be considered in terms of its ability to take that material. Now, this is what's all been explained in the amended application. These are the issues that we will look at once we receive that.
And that amended application, is that public?
Once we receive it, it will be made publicly available.
Yeah, okay.
And we're likely to probably exhibit that again.
Okay, and sorry, now I just lost my track there of coming back to the changing the potential categorisation of it. Anyway, it's gone from me now. It's like I should have stuck to that.
But just to sort of advise the committee, that's not unusual. That's not unusual in the waste space to look to declassify waste streams.
Okay, now I know what the question was. Okay, if you say that it's relatively standard to change the classifications, what about the distance, whether it's hazardous or whether it's restricted? I don't know, we won't even be talking about general. Given the travel distances and the other parties that we've heard from today, the witnesses that we've heard from today, including the Chief Scientist, suggesting that it is better addressed at closer to the source. Again, travel distances, whether it's road, whether it's rail, does all of that factor into your assessment processes as well?
I mean, the key thing about Kemps Creek is it takes waste from all over New South Wales. But I think what Veolia is probably seeking to do is send it to a general solid waste category. That just means it can go into its adjacent Woodlawn landfill. But if there is additional traffic movements or a rail movement, that will be factored in as part of our assessment of our proposal because it's an additional activity.
Okay, and on that then, is the additional activity for the rail movements, which will be necessary just to send the waste to places like, if Veolia is now going to be 380,000, 700,000 for parks, so those additional rail movements are also taken into account in your assessment process?
Going to Woodlawn utilises 2 transfer facilities.
Mm-hmm.
So one at Banksmeadow, which was approved in about 2015, one at Clyde, which was approved in about 2003. So they have existing consent. So if there are changes, it's a matter of, is that operating within accordance with that consent? If there are changes, we'll have to look at that.
Well, obviously there would be changes with additional tonnage.
Yeah, but the thing with Woodlawn is that it's receiving about, I think it's 1 million tonnes by rail now. So that's existing waste that's going to the site. It's been dealt with on the site. There might be an additional carriage. Well, I'll have to check that, but there are already large waste volumes that are being transferred down to the facility. Going to parks now, there is going to be a separate application for likely a transfer facility to send the material to parks. That is going to be subject to a separate application. I don't have that process for that hasn't quite commenced, but we'll have to get information around that aspect. It will then receive its own set of assessment requirements, and it will be assessed as part of a separate SSD application.
And so that would have to be provided by the proponent as part of their their development for both the facility, not government then.
Yeah, so there'll be two
That's something
separate
else I wanted to-
applications.
Thank you. Just a quick one.
Yeah,
You
sure.
mentioned there are discussions about a transfer facility and that proposal's not in yet. Are you able to tell us what suburb that transfer facility
I
is
don't know
proposed to
those
be?
details yet at this stage.
Mr.
Once we receive information and there are SEAS or Secretary's environmental assessment requirements issued, then that will be made publicly available.
Thank you.
Just one clarification. In terms of going back to Woodlawn, you talked about the transfer stations that are already approved. What would trigger a reassessment of that? Would an increase in tonnage going through them, would that be enough to trigger a reassessment, or would it have to be of a more substantial change to the process for it to be reassessed?
Probably depends on the nature of the change.
So would an increase in tonnage, would that be enough to
Potentially, you
trigger
could
a
modify those. So there's different assessment pathways. You've got brand new application DA, or there's opportunities to modify through variations to the current approval.
Would that be more of a modification or a variation?
Yeah, if there was any change, it's probably more likely to be a modification, because the million tonnes is quite high, and I think Woodlawn's about 380,000 tonnes per annum, so I think it's using a lot of its existing waste streams.
Okay.
Okay, just one final one from me before I hand over to Ms. Savelle. With again coming back to the idea of the hazardous and the restricted waste, and there's some suggestion and some of the submissions pointed out the potential need for an additional facility. So let's just say that it remains as hazardous or even becomes restricted. An additional facility on top of the EFW facility, closer to where they're potentially going to be, to address that residual waste. Again, would that have to be something that is an entirely separate process? Would that come under an SSDA and your assessment process to say, well, actually, it is going to remain hazardous, more needs to be done?
I mean, there are separate SSD triggers for waste facilities generally, so landfilling or resource recovery or recycling. There are tonnage triggers. In terms of a restricted waste, there's also another proposal that's seeking to, as part of an expansion, to add some restricted waste cells. So there is, in addition to Kemps Creek, there is a second proposal that's in the early stages as well.
That is separate from the current sites that we're talking about and the current proponents we're talking about.
They are separate.
Okay.
But I think my understanding is, again, I think they're trying to get to the general solid waste to use the cell. Either way, the amendment report will need to describe how they're achieving whatever the reduction is seeking to go to, and how they're looking to manage that and transfer it. Where's that material going? So these are things that will have to come out in that amendment, which we're expecting to get in September.
September. Okay, thank you. Ms. Savelle?
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for your evidence today. I just would ask if you could, perhaps for the benefit of committee members, step out the community consultation process as it pertains to these energy from waste projects.
So when we issue those assessment requirements, we do have, and it's often one of the first issues, is the requirement around good, genuine, proper engagement. So our expectation is the applicant is doing a lot of that engagement, and that engagement, we want that to be genuine, proportionate, clear in terms of describing what the proposal is, because these matters can get quite complex. And the key for us is that it's ongoing, so it's early in the process and then during the course of an assessment process. We have departmental policies and guidelines around that spell out how that's done. Then through the course of our assessment, as I've mentioned, for Woodlawn, we noticed there was lots of submissions, so we've gone ourselves and done some engagement.
Yeah.
Equally for parks, we anticipate there's already lots of interest and questions from the parks community, so we've got those sessions coming this week. We will probably do that again during the course of when the application comes in. Equally, the applicant will also start really increasing their engagement once their application comes in as well for parks. So for us, the engagement, again, has to be ongoing, has to be genuine, has to be proportionate, and then has to, as I mentioned, have available the requisite information so the community are informed. Then when an application comes in, we will then let people know, we will seek comments, and the processing under our assessment pathway is very transparent. So there's lots of information on the website for both the parks and Woodlawn proposals. There's a lot of information on a dedicated landing page which has lots of FAQs and information that the community can have access to.
And in terms of the department's approach, or at least way of being able to measure or gauge what that engagement has been like by a proponent, have you got, you mentioned guidelines, like how do you test or measure that?
So then when an application is put together, they have to describe what engagement process they followed, the response to what was raised. So that might mean more information was provided, more community information sessions were held, or there were changes to the proposal. Equally, as recent as yesterday, we'd spoken to the applicant about that engagement. We will, at key points, discuss how that is tracking. Then when an application is put together, we do a bit of a review of an application before we make it publicly available. We call it an adequacy check. And then we will be looking at things like, well, did you do the engagement? Is there enough information here to make that available? So there is a couple of checkpoints through the course of that process.
And how do you test that the engagement that they have done is, I suppose, thorough? They haven't said they've held a 1 hour meeting at 9 a.m. on a weekday in the middle of nowhere. How are you being able to test that objectively and make sure they've been doing it?
So the application should spell that out, and then we will be checking that against our guidelines as part of our assessment of the proposal. There has been occasions on other types of projects where we've encouraged the applicant to do more through the course of an exhibition process or post-exhibition. So that's, again, something that we occasionally do as well. But the key is getting that information, going through that, evaluating what's been done, checking that against our guidelines, and then going from there.
So the department does have the ability to sort of say, hey, you've done X consultation, that's not going to be sufficient. As per the guidelines, we recommend you go back and do something else. You do have the ability to do that. Yeah. Thanks, Chair. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Anything further, Norman, Dr. Con? No? Okay, that's it from me as well. So thank you very much, Mr. Ritchie. We appreciate your time and your evidence. And I think if we took anything on notice, otherwise the Secretariat will be in touch, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.